Welcome everyone to the first super weekend here of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia 2021 Spring Split. I, of course, am Highland Wolf, and I'm joined once again by the beautiful Professor Tarzan. It has been an exciting first 2 days. Tarzan, how are you feeling going into the first super weekend?
Very excited because it's just based on the tournament format as well, right? Like these teams fought their way to be the top 16 out of 20, but it's a bit of a clean slate coming into Super Weekends where things start to stack up. You get to play every match, so it's a little bit of a different preparation process. But I think one thing that really spices it up is that prize money if you get those chicken dinners.
Yeah, of course, keep in mind here for going into the Super Weekend, it isn't just about points, because as we say, yes, you get your points going through the Super Weekend here, Tarzan, these 16 teams who all will need to add up as much as they can, because as we say, all 3 weeks of Super Weekend points get accumulated together, and then the top 16 teams from across all three Super Weekends will then move to the Grand Finals. But as well, it is, as you say, about the money here in terms of things. $965. Every single game, Tarzan, if you get that winner chicken dinner, goes to your team.
I think it's also important for us to remember, the teams that didn't make it in. I know it sucks, right? Especially when it comes to Fanatic Zombies. They started yesterday strong with the chicken dinner as well, but you need more consistency. But you know what? This is opportunity. We've heard these stories before from teams that didn't make it into some super weekends, but still be able to, qualify for those finals. So very important for them to use this as a learning opportunity. When you didn't have to play, you may have more brain space, to study the other team's play and, find some other tactics and start preparing for next week.
As we can see, here are the overall points here for us going into from the first 2 days of play into the Super Weekend, and it was NASR here with 2 chicken dinners on top for 120 points, Tarzan. But Tarzan, yes, NASR are the team to beat, and they have been very consistent, even despite a bit of a hiccup in the first game of day 2.
And I think that's the thing, right? It's the reason how they fell last, that game. I remember watching it is from a team that's so used to, dropping to somewhere that 2 games in a row, dropping to somewhere far, in ruins, and it came back into surprising them, right? So it's about what to expect. You can't just use past data and say I'm definitely good now. It's only a prediction, right? And you just need to keep having your eyes open, always have that caution and awareness. But after all, right, NASR 43 points ahead of 3 other teams. We've got 3 teams tied at 77. So still the team to beat. But you know what? We want to see that those teams that almost make no mistake. And I think it would be much happier, to crown some kings who are the most consistent and almost invincible in this PMPL.
As you can see, it is, yes, a big gap, but very close between those other teams, Tarzan. The one thing, though, that NASR have been dominating on is not just, of course, being the top team from day 1 and day 2 of play, but also the fact that they are the most consistent team when it comes to both placement points and also kill points, which is something that you wouldn't really expect to see from one team alone. You would expect it to be a little bit more even, and you can see they're actually 15 points ahead of the next most kill points out of a single team.
And that is just, when it comes to this stats, right, it's just crazy. And it comes down to the confidence of the players as well. But, like I always say, sometimes it's just it's very easy to go from playing in a very confident way to an arrogant and disrespectful way. We've seen some mistakes coming through from NASR, particularly in that day 1, week 1, day 1 league play, where they take some fights when they could been more patient, some individual mistakes trying to push out for 1v1, 1v2, when there's support from teammates that's only required them to wait for a few more seconds. So these things still need to be fixed. But we do go over to the second page of this table, and I'm just going to let Highland Wolf to bring us through it once again.
Yeah, keep in mind when we go through the rest of these teams, we look at the likes of Arab GSG first of all, and you have them taking those chicken dinners from 15th to 12th position. They were able to secure one win and also gain 37 points in Tuesday's game, should I say here, Tarzan. But also a team that I think we really need to see a lot more from is iKURD Esports, have been sat in the 16th position both days so far. And yes, that is consistent enough to get you into the Super Weekend, but when we go into the top 16 teams, being last is not where you want to be.
They have one chicken dinner as well. As you can see, like 2 of these teams, like who had chicken dinners, one just made it into Super Weekend, and the other one really just didn't even make it. So we need more than these chicken dinners. Of course, you are almost 1,000, but richer if we get those chicken dinners in the Super Weekend, but you don't want to be so close from the elimination. So it's about going back to your gameplays, strengthening, or how should I say, consolidating your strengths, maybe, and then fixing some things that are realistic to be adapted, and changed in the short period of time. And as always, like we always like to mention, that mentality game needs to be strong as always.
I think as well, another team that is a bit of the picking elephant in the room here, Galaxy Racer. They were in 10th position from the first day. They had 30 points. But going into the second day, it was disastrous because they moved from 10th to 19th position with only 5 points, Tarzan. Unfortunate for them, it was actually the likes of NASR Esports who were soaking up a lot of those points consistently through both days.
And you can see just the stats across this team, right? You can look at, they see Nabo. Yes, I know he's got plays that I feel like he's over aggressive, but like that style, like overall worked out. Just look at the damage output from this player, 3,500, leading the rest of his team. Is interesting, right? To see a 5-man roster all having some time, to show up, okay, and to have some play time as well. So like this is another thing that we want to look at as well. It's whether you have a best 4 or do you sub in someone for like a style change. It may not be someone who is not good enough, but NASR has shown so much potential, and these are just from that day one. We've seen how they just clean up fights again and again.
Yes, NASR looked a little bit vulnerable at the start of the day, but they certainly came back with consistency. As you can see here through these highlights, Tarzan, just the teamwork as well coming through from them. Even when they're dropped to just half the squad, you can see them in this moment right now, still with Naro and Tobaxi getting those extra points in, being able to muster all that they can and get onto every opportunity at best. This is a team that going into the Super Weekend is very, very scary for all of these teams to go up against. And I think especially we do have to keep in mind that it isn't also just going to be only Erangel and Miramar here, Tarzan, but also Sandhawk, which we'll get to see NASR and all of the rest of these teams play up against.
And I think the element of surprise, like from some of these other teams, may be, the 4 of NASR. Like I mentioned earlier, that little bit of a case when it comes to, losing so many players early was because they didn't anticipate the likes of Loyal team to drop on them after like Loyal dropped in Ruins 2 games straight. So like these things can really catch a team off guard, and NASR can, like they have their weaknesses. Right, even through the strengths are very obvious, but I think it's for teams who particularly want to hunt down certain teams like NASR. Like you can see the weakness. There is a way. So it starts to become that type of chess game because, like we always mention, gun skills are important, but at this level, that is the basic requirement.
Can see one of those core players from the NASR squad, Miracle. And you can see how strong they are. I mean, I don't speak Arabic, but I don't need to speak the language to be able to see just how dominant that graph really is. I mean, the fact that what I would assume here is going to be an average of about 1251 damage per game, you would assume that it's going to be those 4 or 5 kills. every game that they are mustering on average, and it is ridiculous stats coming out from just one player alone. It speaks volumes when all 4 players are on that same level.
Oh, it's tricky, but I was trying to read through it as well. I think there would be, okay, we should learn some translation soon, you know, like speak with production and whatnot, but there's definitely damage in there. Yeah, there's some knockdowns, so like numbers of knocks, number of kills. Maybe that number that you mentioned would be total healing, like which comes down to, it's very interesting to talk about healing because you feel like if you are a player who knows how to, you know, deal damage but not take damage, you shouldn't need to heal so much. But sometimes it's a high risk, high reward situation. As you can see, like all those things balanced together, like you can be the MVP without taking, you know, dealing the most damage. And this game is interesting like that. Like your like stats don't just come through in that you take knocks when it matters. It's about time aggression. Like stats is just a number. Of course, it has its grounds, but to have those knocks when it matters in certain phases of the game, certain phases of that circle closing, shows a lot of, you know, other qualities, right? Like intelligence, like trigger discipline or whatnot. So yes, it's nice to see Miracle leading that board.
I think overall NASR are going to be the team to watch, as we say, but also another team that we have to look at here, Tarzan, just below them in that second position. Yes, there's a gap between 120 to 77 points, but YaLLa Esports, and this was a team that we said going into the first day was one of those teams to watch, and being so consistent, only obviously losing out to how dominant NASR really are.
YaLLa did show like some, you know, signs of concerns, I should say, because we did hype them up for 2 very like key reasons. One being like them being an invited team, to just the brand, right? We've heard of this team. Like, it's a household name almost, like in the Arabian scene. So that really set that bar very high up, but they didn't get here easily. Like at this 77 points tied with 2 other teams, they had a bit of a troubling, you know, and with day 1, right? It was day 2 that they start to bounce back a bit. But if we just follow that word that we like to use, momentum and whatnot, like let's see whether they can translate that into here. I know it was a decent day yesterday, but never so good that it beats the light of, you know, NASR in their best day.
Can see there through the comparison of stats through all of these top place teams, including, as you can see, GUNZ will be joining us on that leaderboard, and also Zombie Salah. And Salah, one of these players that we really also have to look out for, Tarzan, because being the MVP player for not only the first day, which we casted, but also the second day of the first week of league play.
Oh yeah, I mean, the thing with like this player though is he's doing so much damage. But when we look at the team stats, like feel like Zombie like is, you know, being carried by this player, and they just are falling off a little bit. So maybe he just needs to find a way to, because it's a learning experience with each other, right? You help each other grow and whatnot. Maybe Salah has a way like to help his teammates bump up as well, because you just need to see the best ability from everyone, right?
Yeah, and as we will go through into the interview with YaLLa, where we'll get to hear just how YaLLa Esports felt in both first days of the Week 1 league stage.
ببطولة PMPL، ومين الفريق اللي انت متحمس انك تواجهه في البطولة كمان؟
كفريق خصم عدة فرق موجودة بصراحة. العالم العربي كمان عم يشهد تطور ملحوظ على مستوى الفرق والأداء تبع اللاعبين والفرق، ولكن خصمنا من بداية الإي سبورتس هو YaLLa Esports والGUNZ Esport، كانوا سابقا فراغ، هلا الGUNZ Esports هو الخصم الأساسي طبعا.
إذا كان بإمكانك تقول أي شيء لخصومك قبل بداية المباريات. ايش حابب تحكي لهم؟
اكيد بحب اوجه رساله واضحه
About 20 seconds.
مثل ما بقول لكل الفرق المشاركه معنا، تكون يعني عم بيشاركوا بطريقه احترافيه عاليه، يفرجونا هيدي المتعه، الجمهور الشيء المنتظره، نقدم لهم افضل صوره ممكنه عن نفسنا، عن مستوياتنا، عن فرقنا، ونمثل بلدنا او نمثل الريجن اللي نحن منه بطريقه جدا جميله وممتعه.
As you can see, of course, YaLLa being told that actually it wasn't just the side of NASR that they were concerned about Tarzan, but also actually the side of GUNZ. And no surprise, I think, that GUNZ were on their radar, because GUNZ in the first day, yes, it had a few hiccups in the second day, but looked very, very scary team. And especially, I think, GUNZ's aggression in team fights, Tarzan, something to really be afraid of. I mean, their team tag says it all when you see the word frags.
Oh, it's a little bit of those, carrying over the older names and whatnot. It's sense of belonging is very important. And with these two teams been the name in the scene for a while now, so it's a very known, rivalry. Hopefully, a friendly rivalry as well, I think. And Kevin did mention one thing very important. Sometimes it's beyond what you can gain for yourself. Sometimes the representation of an organization, but more importantly, your country, your community, and having the fans and the support base in their heart is always something nice to hear. Know why you're here, and sometimes not just you. Like, it's all the people that are supporting you, whether it's the infrastructures of the team and the fan base.
Yeah, and I think we should also keep in mind that going through into the fan base, something that the support and the consistency with knowing that you have those fans behind your back, so important for also the mental state that I think we should both keep in mind and mention here, Tarzan, that the mentality of, even if you had a bad set of first 2 days, if you are here in the Super Weekend, for example, iKURD, just play your own game and start on that fresh page, because it's your next opportunity to really get those points where it matters.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to that mentality that you mentioned, sometimes it's really weird, right? We need a little bit of external validation, tapping into those jargons now, right? But also the internal one. So sometimes we may not have all that fan base, and you have to rely on yourself or your family and friends to have that. But sometimes it's all about using what's available to you, like if it makes sense to you. So when you're really low, you don't know what to do, you can't pick yourself up, to have that one fan in the chat or in your DM to say, I love you, no matter what, it really changes everything. And so something not to be ignored.
I think also moving into today, something that we can't ignore when we think about, well, what maps are we going to play? What will be the schedule here, Tarzan? Is, yes, we have Erangel and Miramar both here twice in today's games, but as we said also, Sandhawk going to be that rogue match in the middle of it. These teams are going to be the first time that they'll get to show us what they could do there.
Oh, very, very interesting. I mean, we did mention, right, when we were explaining it in the day on day one to our lovely viewers, is about, that group stage, like the system and the format, how, like, which group's not playing which game, but also not having a particular map, right, in our league weeks, right? For example, this week, so we have no Sandhawk in the league days, but we have one, at least, in that Super Weekend. But it will be a no Erangel week for the week 2 in the 2 days of league play. So all these things really changes, the preparation, all that stuff. I'm waiting and thinking maybe we have some teams that are particularly good in that Sandhawk map.
Very exciting, but as we get ready to board onto the plane for the first game of the Super Weekend, PMPL Arabia has begun, Tarzan, and Erangel will be the first one up onto the cards. This playing path, they're going to be going over from that George Pole side. Very, very comfortable for these teams, all the way across over to Lipovka. And these teams, where we think about where they're dropping from the first day, Tarzan, what do you look for in these teams and locations?
I think I'm still looking around Georgia Pole, right? Because it's not just due to where they like to drop, the playing path cuts away a lot of options on the southern end. So, like, I think Georgia Pool and the western coast will be, pretty populated, and still, like, the Yasnaya Mansion side will be used. And I think this horizontal playing path put a lot of teams that love the southern island. There's 2-3 teams who love those drops in particular, like Rad Esports, talk about that splits on the southern side of that eastern bridge. Now, they can't really use that unless they are still so religious to head over there, but I don't think that will be the case.
Also a change here coming through from Real Tiger 9, who were a team that we often would see them drop around a Fairy Pier side. Instead, gonna opt to go towards that western coastline, maybe not wishing to be gate-kept by other teams, but also because of that playing path, understanding that they wouldn't be able to reach that space. Smart decision, though, from them, because by going to the western side, yes, you have access to Quarry, but it also makes it slightly easier to come in from the side of that zone compared to the congestion in that middle.
I think it's a very interesting phase 1 circle in terms of how it complements the playing path so much. There's so few teams that will go away from it. Okay, of course, if you want to go to Sosnovka military base, you do it at your own cost, but you can see how so many teams are already in it. So maneuvering around becomes a trickier decision. Is my spot actually good? Do we want to take a strong position? And I think one thing for sure that I'm looking at Island Wolf is how they maybe position themselves close to that river that separates the north and the southern half of this phase 1.
That north side here, Tarzan, we've not seen it before, at least in terms of us casting, but it is very welcome, I think, for both of us to be able to see, as you say, how these teams look to control the river. And when we look at the control of the river, Tarzan, one of those spots coming out from Everest, and you see that bridge just beside where actually Falcons were up on that northern side, controlling that entrance in towards the shooting range is going to be a very core spot. And on the other end of that, also that bridge out of Roshok into the Northern Island, those two spaces going to be where I suspect fights may break out later.
And I think the name of the game, right, for this phase 1, because it's already so saturated due to that phase 1 circle, complementing that playing path, we may see some of these situations where a team's trying to rotate past another team, right, not doing the full-on scouting and may lose some health or even lose some players trying to rotate around all these drop spots already in there. And actually the second thing that I want to talk about, that in terms of how this sets up the pace of this game, is that there's so many spots that you can't expect to go and still have loot up, right? Because it's already been saturated unless you go to Saverny, which is basically untouched, or shooting range. Otherwise, you kind of just need to loot up for the rest of the game.
I think overall, though, towards the center of those teams, particularly when you not only look at the likes of Roshok, but also they're around Pachinki, I think another spot that these teams are really going to be interested in looking at, and especially where Real Tiger 9 are as well, coming from that western side of the zone here as well, Tarzan. These two spaces are also going to be up for congestion. And when teams, I think initially, what they will either do is decide to move through to that northern side and take a space, as you say, around Saverny or around also the shooting range. But also, teams going to wait, you've got to think as well, and actually hold off for the moment and say, we don't need to move to that northern side because, yes, it's going to be in the northern side, but also the majority of this zone is still on the mainland of Erangel.
I think it's important to keep options open, right? So that's why we are mentioning that river position. And knowing that it's so likely that you need to rotate past team is fair, right? That teams want to take more time. The team that we saw just now in Premosk, will be enjoying no contestation at the moment. And so when we assess the later circles, I would say maybe phase 2 and 3, depending on how it is, these teams may want to make a little bit of that proactive rotation, to take a spot away from other teams, just be there a little bit earlier. So right now, I would expect a pretty slow phase 1.
A pretty slow phase 1, but that buys us time here to talk about some of these teams. In Flare Loyal Team, one of these squads that really do show that potential, I think, Tarzan, because they've been obviously able to take out NASR, as we've already mentioned, clearly have the team fight capability when their opponents make mistakes, but also have not been the most consistent of teams when it comes to circles. And going into all 5 games today, keep in mind that consistency, not only about those placement points, as we say, but also about that $965 that go to every winner chicken dinner that a team can grab.
That is just crazy. Like, now that I think about all the prize money maybe in the PMCO stage, and one game, like winning that chicken dinner would just get you that amount of money. It's just crazy. Like, do pay in mind, we have 150,000 US dollars on the line for this PMPL. So, you know what? It's for these players to really, make a name for themselves, reinvest into their team and themselves. Very important, for studies, buy something for loved ones. All those things are important. So I'm just looking out for some of these interviews, to say, hey, if you win it, how are you going to spend the prize money? That's something that always intrigues me.
I mean, okay, say you're a player, Tarzan. What would you spend that $965 on? I mean, yes, you split it halfway again into 4, but you're still getting about those $200. What would you spend your $200 on?
I'm just gonna put it in my bank account, man. Like, I think I would reward myself with a nice meal, and to share between myself and some like good friends or loved ones. And but most of it would just be saved up, because I think if I actually am a pro player, right, I probably would have other goals as well. But so I need to see how to separate that. I would definitely invest it back into myself, right? When it comes to the game, maybe I would get some gear that allows me to practice as usual, but turning more of my usual footage or whatnot into content, into kind of my CV as a player, make the time that I spent in this game like more like useful, add values to someone, so that record it or whatnot. Some people's and the players that I know struggle when it comes to stuff like that. So yeah, that will be that, investing back into myself, in short.
I mean, to be fair as well, I think what I would probably spend it on is maybe not the likes of saving all of it, but maybe spending some of it in terms of actually getting some neat skins. Because, I mean, unfortunately for me, I am not consistent enough to be able to grab that wolf skin, despite how beautiful that wolf onesie really does look. And I get so jealous when teams and players play it in professional leagues, and I see it and I think, man, I really, really do need that skin.
Oh, you know what? Like, there's just so many different ways to motivate yourself, man. Like, some people have that emotional connection, like to their character. I know it sounds a bit funny, but it's not wrong. Sometimes you're playing someone else's account. Let's say everything's the same, but you look like that character, and you're like, look at that outfit. That's not me, right? Like, when I used to play as an IGL, I have a different outfit for different maps. And if I haven't got changed in time, that upsets me. But I will tell you, the main reason is just camouflage, right? Like, when the candy used to be a thing, I need to wear white on that map. So stuff like that. But you know what? Let's head back onto this mini map where we see that phase 2 still a little bit inconclusive, but a good chunk of that northern side will be taken out. So it's going to just add more congestion, because not a lot of teams other than the side of GSG, Arab GSG, would have gone to anywhere to that northern side.
I mean, take a moment here, F in the chat for Vikendi, but also, as we say, moving through onto the second phase, we can obviously see that it has centralized, for the most part, around the majority of these teams, but also, where it has centralized is the infamous Headshot Hills and Ruins here, Tarzan. Not where these teams would like that zone to go, I'm very sure.
It's very hard. I know the control when it comes to Headshot Hills in this type of circle, but the trick, okay, and the risk is that you may get rotated on by multiple teams from multiple angles. But you can see Rat is trying to enter this area. Like, if they ever get too stuck around here, I think it would be very devastating for them, to go further in this game.
I think it's very difficult for NASR though, because you look down towards the south of them, you've actually got SUDOR just below them, so it does make a little bit of a tricky position here for NASR where they want to go. If they do suffer initial knocks, it makes it a lot more difficult if teams come in for those third parties, in particular because they are also inside the zone currently, Tarzan. So teams will be looking for this compound later on, and that's why you actually see teams who did initially go for it just have to drive later on, and is also, we say, inside the ruins, inside Headshot Hills. YaLLa, one of these core teams who we said need to, in the interview they said they needed that strength in guns, but also on the other side, maybe it'll be iKURD, who from last position in the group stage here, Tarzan, will be moving up against the second place team in the league. And YaLLa, they've already lost one player down to the trio in iKURD. They're just not giving up for the moment. You can see YaLLa firing back. They do find one return knock over back onto iKURD, but it is going to be if they can save Powerful. You see two members moving in, both Banner and also the 07, but can they get there in time? The smokes as well coming through from iKURD, making it very difficult indeed for 07 to be able to provide that supporting cover fire.
Well, it's just so tricky. I think that the fact that Powerful was so hard for YaLLa, because like when you play a bit of that off angle, like from such an important position, you just can't get knocked, right? Like you just need to have so much discipline. You have to be so careful. But all that pressure coming through from his teammates have allowed him to get out. There's one thing that I'm a little bit disappointed in is in how they didn't make use of the time to go for an angle to reverse pinch the side of iKURD, because when they're all like just up at that one spot, the escape strategy is actually very limited. The driving paths away are very predictable. There's river on one side. So, I think iKURD may not be in the best position by having themselves stuck in that spot, but they do get blessed by the circle, as we still have a very undecided circle, like the three-way, all the rivers in play with that small island as well. And we also have the side of what we call the Everest Hill, right on the southwestern side. And I think it will be a very important position when it comes to the cycle, when it comes to control, when it comes to info, just all that important stuff.
The high ground for vision control, yes, but also keep in mind we've even got a very much more interesting zone in the fact that South Georgia Pole, those crates are still in place, so teams also can play around those warehouses, Tarzan, for cover, and also to avoid the congestion of these Phase 3, Phase 4 zones, depending, of course, where does the zone decide to shift. Is all these teams, so you do imagine, we talked about it earlier, going to be moving towards that bridge, because yes, it is still on that northern side. It still splits very, very indecisively. And it does make it very tricky for teams to make that decision in the moment, even 13, 40 minutes in the game, of where do we want to actually set up shop for going into the fastest point of the game, which will be Phase 4, 5, and 6.
Oh, I think it's incredibly tricky because there's so many poorly defined area of control as well. You may be looking at one side, you have ridgeline protection against one direction, but have your back, completely open. The amount of hard covers or buildings, compounds are not that high. So like we need to see how these teams play a spot, and it comes down to those efficient comms, deciding to control a particular direction like for a particular point in time and shifting that focus when new information is available to them.
As you can see, Alpha Legends, they looked for those initial picks. They took down one of their loyal, and as they will suffer, so do NASR rotate away from that current skirmish and on the edge of zone. This is smart play by NASR because they're making this wide rotation. They're setting up shop towards that northern side is what they're ideally looking for, but they're also going to be able to move downhill, and as they move into zone, we'll be able to spot out that vision. You can even see one of those NASR players, Batika, looking for that first onto Flare Loyal, but will be punished. And now NASR coming in for the first, but you also can see Miracle is on that off angle, looking for that reverse punish back onto the final player of Loyal.
And this is how you can still be so useful being knocked, right? Just staying on that relative high ground from that one rock. But, you know, this type of fight is just so scrappy sometimes because it's just what we call neutral fight. When it comes to defense and offense, very hard to define. It comes down to that immediate assessment of the landscape or whatnot, establishing the overwatch, keeping a 360 view from everyone. Seems like Loyal has done some work, but just not enough. NASR stays strong. It's a 1v1 situation. 3 not onto the side of NASR, but Loyal has done serious damage as well.
But Naro has to leave because you can see that blue zone eating them up will actually even take out the side of NASR if they aren't too careful. That is why you see them, instead of going for that fight, being forced to disengage and being forced to go for that secondary revive to keep themselves up, at least as a duo. They have lost, of course, both Miracle and Batika off that skirmish, off that fight over towards Flare Loyal, and also over onto the Everest side. Zombies going to just snatch one up of HOTLINE. Unfortunately, down to only the duo themselves here, but behind them, even Real Tiger 9. And this is a very tricky spot for him, being forced out, being pinned down, only that rock to protect them. And it's not even that safe because you can see all behind them, there's so many players, particularly looking over that bridge still.
Oh yes, and of course we mentioned this spot now held by the South HOTLINE with the zombie squad rushing from behind, and Salih is just leading the way. How scary is that when they have the relative high ground as well? I think HOTLINE has lost a little bit of their spot. They are a bit lower hill down that side, and they have to come through and really hold this down. But the second they look at zombies towards the outside of zone, they may just feel the pressure from within the center circle as well.
HOTLINE, they're making a drive in. This is risky. You can see them throwing those shots in. The Jeep's gonna blow up. HOTLINE will be knocked in straight back down. HOTLINE eliminated in 15th position alongside Flare Loyal team as well, falling in last position. But we're not just done yet, Tarzan. SUDOR also making their own rotation in. Rad as well going to be eliminated off of that south side of the bridge, and this just keeps continuing. There's nowhere space for these teams to move. As zombies, they have to go in for the next fight. SUDOR already aggressing their way up towards the summit.
Oh, this is so hard for SUDOR. Like, when you don't have a priority to a palm position like this, you are setting yourself up for some very serious heartbreak because you just don't have the info. Like, how can you do that? Like, that is a very, very abrupt rotation. Like, upon, you know, pressure of the zone as well, to go to a point that is very, almost definitely claimed. So that is their own mistake and the reason why they have fallen at 13th place.
But Real Tiger 9, Tiles, and they've been waiting all this time on these fights, and they just knock one of the zombies on the descent down. Because keep in mind, zombies, they are now get caped by Real Tiger 9, but they make the 1-for-1 trade. It will be also zombies losing almost Ali. Again, they have to be careful that revive did come through. Surprise also will need revive. There's now the nades come through, the infamous grenades of this region. And also, we spoke about it beforehand as well here, Tarzan, how many grenades these players keep on them, as it will be another one sent in, forcing Real Tiger 9 back for the moment. But zombies, they will not stop. They will keep that relentless pressure for now, and so will Vault for Tigers, looking to swipe those claws down, but on the off angle will get caught. It now has to retreat all the way back through. This is risky. The smoke will protect them, and Real Tiger 9, there's no way they can ascend up. Zombies keep control for the moment, but both of these teams will need to move. The phase 5 zone shifting away from them.
Oh, 20 seconds remaining. This is one of those spots or situations where you have to find the balance between rotations and taking some kills. But like, I think it's going to be tricky, you know, for both of these teams. One, having, you know, sites looking at them for the side of RT9, but the side of the zombies, I feel like they were so focused on this fight, they haven't started planning for that next rotation yet. But RT9 will try to eliminate some of the pressure from the center zone, and they need to start moving now. So both of these teams have opted in for the rotation with the blue zone. Is not going to be easy because I know this circle. You're just playing around dips, entries, and some burn vehicles.
But look at now in the center, who is controlling it? It will be Falcon and also SCYTES on the south side. That's where the craziness really is. In Real Tiger 9, they move from one fight into the next, obliterate through one, now two members of SCYTES, and it is now up to return, but can they finish this off? Can they make their own fight go in their own way? This guy's look to defend. Abodo will be knocked as well, and now also Ghost is our solo player. iKURD as well going to be struggling as they are that 1-1 split formation, needing to get a secondary player back into the zone. And
I think this of a circle heavily favor teams on the northern side. I know it's relative low ground, but there's more, it's just more merciful, right? You can peek and shoot and whatnot. You can wait for all these players to run downhill. I mean, they're basically losing all the vehicles now, so they will come down in a very predictable manner to allow these teams on the north to spray it down. 2-2 split from Falcon Esports will be tricky to play, but very important because they took the strongest compounds in the circle.
GSG also going to be able to knock down RICO Infinity Team on, as you can see, the top right of your screen. RICO Infinity Team having the hardest time ever in this zone here because they will need to cross over that water, and crossing into the shoreline is not going to be easy indeed. Very, very difficult for this squad to do, but they do seem to be managing it for the moment. It's also NASR will lose one to RICO Infinity Team. That will be their aggression in, knock down the player in the bridge. NASR eliminated an 11th, and also Zombies coming off the descent, the decline out of Everest will find themselves an initial knock as well. RTG eliminated in the fray. All the meanwhile, as we see, also YaLLa controlling the center of zone. But can YaLLa maintain that control? Helped, I think, Tarzan as well by how much chaos is happening around the teams on the outskirts for now.
Oh, it's just so tricky. Like I mentioned, like a lot of these teams have lost their vehicles. It's so hard to rotate downhill when, in reality, you may just run towards a point and you start being headshot from these teams on that northern side. I mean, this is the time, like the test for these teams on that south end to need to find a way to grab some points, right? It's very unlikely that they can win the game unless the teams in the circle completely choke, but it's down to them to find that balance between fragging, and maybe sending one or two in to get the anchor point or survival points.
Oh, it's like a 9 though, they're going in fade. They get stuck on the rock. And an Eagle now pinned down alongside Volt. They're all separated here, and so will frags. GUNZ Esports is going to be joining themselves up here behind them. This could be the assassination from the backside, but as well, Zombies on that south end will get stuck alongside one of the Real Tiger 9 members, holding onto the edge of zone to heal their way to as many placement points as possible. GUNZ continuing their edge in, but what can all of these players do? Tarzan, realistically, Hamodi jumping in will find one of Real Tiger 9, but Volt still up on the offside is going to be knocked out, so it is down for Real Tiger 9 to that solo player in the blue zone. They're going to heal up for the moment. Zombies still making their way down, but they are dropping players, albeit, as we say, two are down to just a solo as well.
Oh, like I mentioned a bit earlier, when it comes to this landscape, it's very hard to find a next cover. Like, it's almost just downhill continuously. The rocks are not enough, and you can see GSG just like looking at it like shooting practice. This is training ground right now, and I think it's very safe to say that these few teams just relaxing on this northern side will just take those top three.
Baba is just sniping all of these players down from the hill like they are ducks, walking their way, waddling their way through to the ocean in the blue zone. It is GUNZ. Hamodi will be one of those 5 remaining teams surviving for now. The most points in kills going towards GUNZ so far, but are that solo alongside Edge, can see Real Tiger 9. But the full squad, the only full squad in this game, Falcons Esports, yes, they have the members, but they don't have the control. Arab GSG have the extra vision if Falcons do not have, where they have players.
Oh, yes. And I mean, they've done what they need, like to be one of the survivors, basically one of the 2 survivors, like that survived from that rotation from that southern side. GUNZ have done their job. So Hamodi just need to try to outlive, and he does. So that is at least a 16-point game, and that is impressive. It's just tricky right now. You just need to find the timing right. 15 seconds to go before he has to move into the zone. Any knock plus finish is important for the side of GUNZ.
You got to imagine GUNZ is going to wait as long as possible in that zone before they make their move in, understanding that so do other teams need to move their way into zone. Only going to be Falcons inside the safety of this play area, as RICO Infinity Team will just dismantle that final player of GUNZ. GSG also make their move through with the smoke line, but Falcons have been keeping these explosives handy for this exact moment. You can see in this round, 4 kills, 2 knockdowns already. They're racking up that damage, almost 1,000 damage, and that could increase detrimentally as more grenades going to be sent in through the window. The Falcons' last will dodge that one, will be returned back through, and this is whoever gets knocked first. Realistic has that extra control. Even more grenades can find a massive knock. They bowl over GSG. 4 grenades sent in at the same time, Tards, and that is how you execute a team.
Oh my god. You can see what they were trying to do there. It was nice. It's aggressive smoke that ran out, unfortunately. So the timing with, and those rotations with the timing of those utilities are so key. But now we're just down to a 4v1. But he will knock to Ragnar, may be able to take even more from the side of Falcon.
Blast is on the one side. You still got the off-angle play. The Molotov goes in. Ragnar gonna have to make that move, and surely this is Falcons' game to win. Yes, it will be. And the Falcons will take the chicken dinner, getting the first $965 for themselves off of this first game.
Damn, that just really has a ring to it, right? It's just crazy. Sometimes we cast so many games, how it's not really often. It's literally just first time to say that you are now $1,000 richer. Crazy, right? And so great play by them. I think that the boldness when it comes to taking a 2-2 split into 2 very key compounds in that circle really worked out. It's very hard to play because you need to know the absolute correct side to focus on so that your teammates can cover you as well, especially when they're holding that watchtower. But they made it work, right? And have utilities towards that end game as well. So I do believe that's coming from some experience and control play. Of course, luck from the gods of PUBG as well.
Falcons, they soared to the top of that first game, but before we get to the breakdown of that game, Tarzan, we will have to go for that short break, and it is exciting to see exactly, just in a short while, how they managed it. Welcome everyone to the PMPL Arabia, where we just had the first game of the first Super Weekend, and Falcons took the victory decisively against their opponents. But not only do you have myself and Tarzan here alongside us, but also a big thanks to our sponsor, Nemo TV, the official media partner of PUBG Mobile Pro League, National Cup, Campus Championship in 2021. And speaking about champions here, Falcons off this first win looked very, very dominant. As you can see, getting those 22 points, even ahead of our second place squad just before them, RICO Infinity team.
Very important for these few teams. We've seen some, good plays from RICO Infinity team and then GUNZ Esports as well. But Falcons just hanging around, from those 2 days of league play, in the bottom half of that, bubble. So it's good that they can not only get a chicken dinner with the most points, but also have that prize money to boost up the morale as well. I'm waiting for them to do better, but NASR, started the game with one of those aggressive players, decided to take a fight and whatnot, and then just lose too many players in there. 3 of them dead in that one fight. I was happy that they could still get some points, but this is way lower than the average from those 2 weekdays.
Very, very surprising to see some of those teams that we expected to come up strong. Even there, YaLLa Esports, only 1 point coming from them. But this opens the door, because even though there is some of these squads, SUDOR, RAN, and HOTLINE with 0 points, they still have the opportunity in future games. You can also see the kills and the damage breakdown. GUNZ with a whopping 2,390 damage so far, and this is very insane coming from them. But the most consistent team, I would have to say here, was actually RICO and Infinity team. Tarzan, 9 kills where they've only got 1,300 damage.
And I think it's because of the zone as well, right? They're working their way through, from that northern side, crossing the river, using that ridge line to just keep peeking and shooting, so they can use that third-person peek perspective, to continuously, finish some kills, and just knowing, when to, strike, and that is what it means. That's just a very efficient fracking, I would say. Definitely not high up in terms of that damage, but very useful when it comes to landing those kill points.
I think overall it is going to be these high kill teams that we really have to look for, because this is where it is volatile, and especially we get to see the breakdown in particular of how those teams here, Tarzan, were able to do so with those highlights. And I think looking at how these highlights go, we'll get to see just the consistency of some of these squads. But on the other hand of things, going into Miramar, you do have to question, can that type of playstyle be continued through the whole day? Because we've seen teams before where we have high kill counts, but not necessarily the highest placement points to follow up for them.
It's tricky. I think the fact that they had a day's break, right, means that they should study, strengthen, their strengths, and then also, just fix a few things. These hot fixes, what we call, is very, very important. It comes down to who's more hardworking, is how I see it, right? That adaptability, that tactic coming through is no longer gun skills. You can't really change so much. Don't change your gyro sensitivity in one day. Keep it, but then keep your mind really fresh. Keep your mind positive as well.
I think as well, when it comes to that mentality, especially for some of these teams who had such a difficult zone there, particularly Zombies, who you can see looked like they had such a dominant position, were set up to win a game, and then actually a squad that has been very, very passive, like Falcons, are still able to clean up the rest of that lobby because the zone goes towards them. And then you have to look towards Zombies and say, look, we've had the MVP for both day 1 and day 2. We have the ability to be able to take these points. But yes, that zone didn't go in our favor, but we can bring it back in the next game.
Oh, yes. And I think there's something that we saw in that game when it comes to Zombies' position that really kind of remind me of something very, very key, is to know what it means if you hold a current position when they are on that hill, right, on Everest. They were on that more western side, when working down from that side is so hard. Like if you want to find the next cover, you may have to go to that squat house that's very likely taken. If you want to play that shoreline, you have to rotate all around crates. So that means that they have to start planning earlier, and they need to work, have better, maybe progressive rotation from the more eastern side, but that takes more time. They have to fight for that spot, and that will be a lot easier, but they know, right? Once they slow that down, they have to rely on teams killing each other. They start to, uh, you know, use those smokes continuously in that later zone as well.
I think overall, in terms of this breakdown as well, where we see not only the smokes, but as well all of how these teams compared their GUNZ, Esports, and Zombies up against each other. In looking there, yes, I don't speak Arabic once again, but it also, as we say, can see just how dominant they are. 2,390 over to 1,563. You've got to assume that looks like the damage made a healing on the other end. That's 717 to 1,100. And I think overall, in the other style of things, those knocks where you can see GUNZ overall are that more kill-orientated team, whereas it is slightly different on the other side.
I think they just found like a good portion of the map to control. Like I think it comes down to map knowledge and how you control, like the term I always love to use, a pocket of position. And one way to do it for me personally, as an analyst and coach, I kind of like to divide the circle into 4 slices of pizza. Now, talk about which quadrant. And I think the quadrant that GUNZ we're trying to work through are just more merciful. Like there's more rocks, there's more small dips, and you can choose which side to peek or whatnot. When it comes to the side that Zombies were trying to work through, is a complete different story. There's just more, open to shots coming from even the other side of the zone. And that is just, some stats that reflect the landscape of this map.
It was a very, very tricky zone indeed. I think for many of these teams to be said, but on the other side of things, it really does show that perspective of positioning as well going into the Super Weekend. That was what that zone, as you say, was all about. And despite the fact that you do seem to be making me very hungry here with the fact that you're talking about pizza and the rest of it, we do have to also talk about Miramar up next. Tarzan, it is all about positioning. And yes, we had a zone to test that. We've now got a map to test that.
You know what? What is it all about? It's all about hard work. It is all about mentality and hard work. Mentality in game, before game, after game, but the mentality to work as well. We've got enough data now, right? Is a Erangel and Miramar league day, league week. 8 games, from every team. That's enough. That's like 4 games on each map is enough to establish some data, like for you to play off. And that's very, very important. I think if these teams haven't done that, I think you would just get not really outsmarted, I'd say, but some of them are actually smart. But if you're lazy, you just get the people just catch up. So I think that will be the name of the game for this type of tournament. Okay, it's about working smart. Okay, and focusing on the bits that you can work on.
And as well, on the other side of things, when we think about earning about $965, yes, Falcons were able to manage it for that first chicken dinner, but going into the rest of these matches, those kill-oriented teams, you say about not changing your play style, but is that convincing enough to change your play style to be going more towards those placement points?
Oh, yes. Man, I think it's a very... it's just tricky, right? Like when it comes to tournaments and, like scoring system, it changes how we play. So I think it comes down to your personal goal. Like people want to like win things, but if you can win more money by not getting the most amount of points, would you do it? That's not a question for me to answer. I feel like I will forever be thinking about it. And it's about the meta of the game, right? So you have your own questions and your answers, your style to answer to yourself and your family, maybe. But you know what? I would just look at those gameplay, because I think it's important to look at, of course, right, the plan for today. Because the plan for today and the rundown, like I mentioned, it's about the focus, for the day. One stand-up map, so 2 more Miramar, 1 more Erangel. And so, yeah, back-to-back. No back-to-back, sorry, but like it's what split apart. Sandwich sandwich is the term, right? You taught me that, and I think it's a very juicy sandwich.
It is a very juicy sandwich indeed. I cannot wait to get to the meat of the day, which would be our Sandhog later on. But also, we cannot forget, the veggies cannot forget the cheese that goes between the bun here, Tarzan. But is going to be Miramar. And Miramar, as we say, also, on the other hand of things, where we say, well, teams have had enough time to really establish where these squads drop, something that surprises me is the south side of Miramar itself. The likes of Chumacera and even Picardo, to an extent, haven't actually been picked up by these squads.
It's tricky. I think for you to... as a team, right, coming into PMPL with the expected experience, like teams should have more than 1 drop spots. I think if they claim it because they know it well enough, then that's fair, right? But if you are completely learning it just because you don't want to hot drop like next to someone, and then someone tries to hunt you down for you not knowing that drop well enough, that is going to be worse, right? But I think this is part of the work coming in, a very intensive studying of a drop spot, testing things out to play scrims on top of the PMPL. If you can do that and make it work, props to you.
I think as well, when we speak to those teams going through in their drops from Miramar, we have to also look at some of those teams who didn't do so well. As we said, in the first game, unfortunately for them, HOTLINE haven't done so well, and neither have they done so well when it comes over to Miramar itself. They like to drop over in the ruins, but so far away, does that actually stop them, of course, from being able to realistically have an all-right game if that zone goes so far away instantaneously from the moment they start?
Oh, yes. I mean, if it's not contested, fine. Right? You kind of go for it, but they need a better split, like for positions like Ruins, which is very refreshing. Don't get me wrong. But you know what? We will go to find out that in-game, because we are going to see that playing path very soon, and then it will actually... I think Ruins is reachable with a little bit of glide, because we start from the eastern side, from the small islands, all the way towards where?
Yeah, over towards the side of El Pozo. I do have to imagine. I might be wrong. We're playing this game. No, it's not going to be El Pozo. Oh my goodness, I'm so off. It's going to be over to La Cobreria. I was thinking it would be more towards the straight side, towards the center of Miramar, but my eyes, they did not work. This is why I need glasses, Tarzan, sometimes. But also, as we said, the side of Reno as well, and Born to Win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Renault 5 Series, as you can see that through as we're heading off through the playing path. And these teams going to be dropping off that plane itself, Tarzan. They're going to be moving towards the likes of those main compounds, Los Leones, over towards even the church side of Graveyard, as you can see. Even the likes of Zombies going to be dropping over that side, and even towards that northern end, La Cobreria and Cruiser Fields, where actually, on the other hand of things, that's where those teams do like to drop around, this northern side of Miramar itself.
Yeah, I think it's still a little bit, of more northern heavy, I have to say, but I might be wrong, because they are adjusting and we're not having some similar playing paths. The bit when you talk about glasses, I said, no, because you're born to win. You can do whatever you want. And then, you know what? There is a hero in all of you. And it just remind me of one of my favorite older songs, right? Like for these teams to, find a way, because sometimes we talk about these drops, and sometimes part of me to, tell myself there is definitely a way to make this drop or split work, right? So I think it's for them to prove us wrong, where we say, hey, this is a bad drop, or this is not how you split. If they know their way, their own strength, then they can find their own win in their own way. Of course, Chumacera, once again, untouched, but maybe the zombies have heard you say it, and they are now over at Picardo.
I need a hero. I need a zone to go in my way tonight. That's what we need for these players, Tarzan. Is this zone has gone towards that south side, over towards Los Leones, over towards La Bendita in that center. That's going to be, I think, particularly around the Bendita crater on the edge, where those teams will look to try have that vision for their own as well. The coming off of the winner chicken dinner momentum is high. You do have to imagine for FalconsEsport, and you do think going through into momentum side of things, when you look at Falcons getting such a good win off the first game, does that set them up with the mental advantage in a way over these other teams?
I would say yes. I would anticipate that a lot of these teams that will have experienced some wins, right, in this Super Weekend, to be completely blown away by the fact that they are making big money playing video games, right? So I think that effect of knowing that, oh my gosh, it's the first time that I can play one single game and then make so much money, we actually have a bigger effect than we think. So I'm expecting Falcon to go, I don't know. I think they will get double-digit points just from, like having that bit of momentum. I think it's a bit of a bet. I think I'm pushing it a bit, but money does motivate people. Sometimes not for the wrong reasons.
Money does motivate. Money does motivate indeed. And you'd be like, look, Mom, I'm making money. You've said I could not make money off this game. I am destroying people. I'm putting them in the dirt. And I'm earning big, fat stacks in doing so. Is iKURD as well, going on my favorite vehicle of them all here, onto the BB bus, and that is a beautiful looking skin. That is like how I would like to flex if I won a chicken dinner ever, if I was good enough in PUBG.
What does it even say? I was looking at that skin. I think it's pretty feisty. Like, I like it. And
that is pretty
speaking
feisty.
of names, like feisty names, I actually like HOTLINE. I don't know. Like, is it because I listen to like HOTLINE Bling or something? It's just something about it that makes me feel
Man,
like
you're getting the music today.
But you know what? I do worry like for this team because they didn't have like some strong games. I don't think they really leave a strong impression, but because of the position as well. Personally, the reason why I say it is they are dropping in Cruz Dabal, and I used to drop that spot when I was IG Erangel team. Like when you have a very linear rotation routes towards the junctions close to the Minas area or Hacienda del Patron is very, very tricky. You either need to go in there early, okay, but for this type of circle, it may be claimed already, so you may leave yourself very minimal options to rotate away from until you feel like you hit a wall. So like they need to actually have multiple options open for this type of circle because they are on edge and all the entrance spots may be populated with teams, and I find it very tricky because that circle, although it's only phase 1, does remind me of some previous nightmares.
Oh, you can see running about here, Chaos and the rest of Alpha Legends. Alpha Legends, Tarzan, one of the more experienced and veteran teams moving into the PMPL. Compete in PMCOs since 2019. They were the champions of the MENA wildcard region. And going into the PMPL so far in the league stage days, they've actually been doing fairly well. They have not been the top, but they've certainly shown promise and shown potential in not only team fights, but the ability to play zones, in particular on Miramar, where they almost took a chicken dinner off of Fanatic Zombies in doing so. And well, guess what, Tarzan? Fanatic Zombies, they aren't here in the Super Weekend.
Oh, yes. Look, like this is important to remember, right? Everyone's been watching, like they are strong, but it's a clean slate. Like we've got so many stages of this tournament where you need to remember that what you've done before almost doesn't matter, like, when it comes to the points. So NASA with 3 points earlier, they need to really come back strong. Like I think they really need to see their weak spots and respect these teams and start to form some tactics when it comes to the fact that you are playing the same 15 other teams for 15 games.
Right, and it's about that consistency, about picking apart the mistakes, in particular here, Tarzan, as well, that these teams will make through inevitably these 15 games. No one is perfect. They will make a few hiccups along this long and windy road. Is also RICO Infinity Team going to do what you do best on Miramar, which is take high ground, take hills, and scout out teams moving into zone.
Yeah, and you know what? Speaking of RICO Infinity Team, like I was like, what? Like I was looking at the clan tag, I was like, what is this team? But now that I've realized what they're doing, I find it incredibly cool. And I was trying to.
It's ingenious.
It's very smart. I was like, rate? Is that how it reads? It's like, okay, is RICO Infinity? Then I would rate 8 out of 8. Like. Rate this mate, it was good. But speaking of control and whatnot, Graveyard is one of those choke spots that we mentioned. The teams may struggle to go past because it's one of the best choke spots in the northern half of the circle. You can see RTG's trying to control that. They had some very strong games, particularly in that week 1, day 1 in league play, but they have to carry over, right? They've opened fire earlier. If we have a southern shift, it's going to be hard for this team because they may get reverse gate capped and they have to go all the way around towards a team that they open fire towards.
I mean, also this zone, Tarzan, it is on fire. It is on point to exactly what I would appreciate these teams to be tested on, which is between Chumacera and also Picardo, and also the openness between these two compounds, Tarzan, with the road in between makes it so difficult of a rotation for these teams, yet either way, they will be forced to do just that.
I think it's it's very tricky if you're trying to do too many things at a time. Like this circle is very tricky in the way that it looks like there's so many options, right? But there are main roads separating. There are certain sides of the hills, for example, from the northeastern side that you will reach a point where you can't have no more ridges to use, right? So it's all about these small things, but I do think teams know how to split around it. It's all about tactical splits, using whatever dips that you can have to stay stealthy while staying very efficient as maybe a spoiler player, off-angle player, and zombies heading to some of these really textbook positions when it comes to this bowl to the east of Picardo.
And around that bowl in particular, it is about all of that high ground advantage here and coming out of Picardo and coming through towards the hills outside. I think that is much more favorable for these squads to be taking because inside Picardo itself, it is inside of the safe area of this phase 2 zone, but as we say, all about around it is that low ground space, and that is what makes it so difficult infamously for rotating out of Picardo itself, to be able to effectively dodge out of the high ground. I think only the easiest point you could say to do so is around that casino side, around the north end of Picardo, where you are slightly closer. There's less opportunity, less space mathematically for teams to be able to shoot down upon you.
Yeah, but I don't know if do bear in mind though, if the circle shifts away from them, right, that is going to be very tricky. If they've been noisy boys, and they will just be looked at, from a position like Picardo. But it's also okay. Hold that thought. Did curse to curse them, like HOTLINE losing their life like that. But you also can't do that, right? That's what I mean. Like their positions and them not coming in early enough to claim these spots, working through that main road is just so hard. You go through so many choke spots. But let me finish my point about the shift and this position, right? The other is not just the fact that it can shift away from it that makes it difficult, but two, it's very hard to, focus on multiple sides. Like it's very easy for someone to like third party you from here. They can third person peek you and just try to set up upon you for that backstab.
The fact that YaLLa and Zombies are able to always scope that out, seeking every opportunity, and that is the strength, as we said, off of these high ground points. You're allowed actually the freedom to shoot down on, as you also mentioned, the main roads. And as we wait for that zone once again to shift a hard shift down towards the south side, negating all but 3 of these teams. iKURD only just going to be the 4th RICO Infinity team there as well to join them. But this north side, in particular, potentially even coming out from the compounds of Los Leones and Chumacera as well, that makes it so tricky because there are spots on the edge, on the flank sides, that players and teams can use to their advantage to bait and surprise other invaders.
So many choke spots in the circle. Been made so hard, right? We've got the side of RT9 holding Chumacera Church. We've got Falcon, the game 1 winners, right? Holding one of my favorite positions as well to Overwatch. So teams knowing that these spots are probably taken will force themselves, right, to go to the other side. So we have this situation where teams get funneled into an area which they didn't expect to because they need to avoid getting sprayed down from these power positions. But we can see HOTLINE continues to struggle, and this time it's against SCYTES.
Sky is going to be able to find 3 easy ones going through for them. It's going to be the first kill of their game, and also against our HOTLINE, unfortunately suffering even more disastrous knocks. And unfortunately, not going to be the bling, not going to be how they want to take back gold and that chicken dinner points through towards them and make it very, very difficult down to that solo player. Rad as well on their entrance in over. RICO Infinity team is also going to suffer a knock, and this is a tricky spot to aggress, particularly there for Rad, because if you don't get on top of that hill, if you don't aggress onto RICO Infinity team, you actually get gate kept on that main road, and there's nowhere for you to go.
Oh, it's really, really tricky. I think this main road dissecting makes it so much harder, right? And also, as well as the high ground advantage on the more southern half of the circle as well. So you will see many teams maybe letting go of players, needing to rotate at the same time, to explore different entry paths, and we have to pay the price of maybe 1 to 2 players finding a spot. And you can see how, like, the side of our RICO Infinity team as well, they know they shouldn't challenge, the church position. So they are controlling that eastern segment, like whilst punishing whoever peeks too far from the church, but definitely catching those teams who are getting funneled into their area of control.
RTG, they're holding the grenades over onto the wall, so Rab GSG, 1 knock over onto Zoro, will be the gun node to do it. Even more explosives sent through on the other side. Now the revive coming through from Arab, but is it the right time to do so? As more grenades get funneled in, Bayat will have to snake their way down. Almost gets her head blown off. Zombies as well, finding one onto Loyal. A second grenade onto RTG, and looking for the final one. They swap to the artillery from now onto the guns, and it will be up to Flame to try search for the final member. But Rex on the off angle can maybe do something here, can maybe find 1-2 knocks on the outskirts of zone. But will RTG just hold firm? You've got to assume so. We'll just use the fact that it's blue zone will come in 25 seconds and try to gatekeep Rex from that point.
I think this is where I want to bring up the topic of kill feed awareness as well, because Rex is solo, right? But it takes someone to remember like which team like has and what the team number is like in the tournament room to know that, oh, it's team 8, they are a solo, then they should push it, right? But like these very small things that are hard to learn and train on really makes a difference and affect the pacing of a team when they are so scared to go through an area, assuming there's more enemies when there's maybe just only one. But we have YaLLa first trying to hold down the side against the side of Loyal.
The staircase out of Los Leones, these ridge lines so difficult, Tarzan, to make any progression out of the main city. YaLLa in an excellent position there to punish Flare Loyal team. They find a beautiful one onto NASR, only 2, but they are still outside of zone. YaLLa continuing there to oppress on the outskirts. Zombies as well to the other side of them. And where do YaLLa go right now, Tarzan, if you have this zone coming in behind you now?
Oh, it's so tricky. You just basically need to like blow up a bus, to keep one in the entry spot and the other to just, split on the outskirts, slightly outside of the zone to play some spoiler when there are a little bit more available dips. But you can see like there's the high demand to these compounds. We have Rad needing to hold it down against RTG, but also RICO Infinity team holding the other side. Whichever team gets to win this will go decently far. Okay, I feel like in this map, because they will just have a spot to work through the remainder of the map. They have rich lines for them to peak and whatnot, but this comes down to them not losing too much players and finishing this fight clean.
Oh, Rad on solo HP, but will get knocked down. And this is Rad, who were initially split compound building for building here. Sadat going to get knocked and punished for that. RTG moving through one side. RICO Infinity team holding off for now. Understanding that there is a third party. The grenades going their way. Rad trying to do something to mitigate, buy some space, buy some time. But all the way while RTG moving in further. Chapo moving in. But can El Chapo do anything as he moves in on the end? Is his name. Miramar is his game. And RTG looking for even more onto Rad, forcing them even further back. Marshall on the outskirts heals up to reset now, coming through on the flank side. It's on the backdoor entrance. Flame coming in one way. Rad forced up to the first floor. But now, will Rad be able to defend along the staircase? A grenade, a punish, going to send Rad packing to the duo. Also a return knock onto El Chapo. Flame as well, so low. As more resets come through for both teams, neither willing to make that full engage.
Oh, I mean, it makes complete sense, especially with the distance that they have to cover. Just look at the next position that they can claim. Now, very, very tricky for these squads to balance the rotation with the fighting. I think it may be a fight that they can't escape from as RICO Infinity team try to challenge it when they may have the priority to better, third party this. They will just stay pretty silent, but we will have the fight break out inside of this compound.
RTG Esports, they go for the flash, but from behind, it's just more members on top of each other. RTG, though, come out on top. Now it'll be up to Delhab, the solo player up against the two, goes back up staircase, not understanding really where the best place is to go. Being shot from behind by RICO Infinity team as well. This is not good news bears right now for Rad. There's Delhab on their solo player. The reset going to come through from RTG. Still outside of zone. Keep in mind, phase 5. There is nowhere to run at this point. Get caught by the zone, Tarzan. You got to heal your way up. And there's only bandages on Delhab. They will fall if they get engulfed by the blue zone. And that is also why RTG, not willing to use the healing at the moment, will look to flush this one. 3 members up the top on the staircase. Delhab moving through onto another room. Trying to buy as much time himself as he can. But Neil will be the side of RTG Esports anyways to smack Rad out. 15th position they will go.
And I think RICO Infinity team just waiting third party this and think this is the time for them to strike, and they will grab to and slowly work their way towards, but the scout got knocked doing so as well. So this is kind of the price to pay when you're so dedicated on gatekeeping, right? They need to find the next spot, and it's not going to be easy. NASR, meanwhile, have a very decent spot to play off, but that might just be down to those 3 players who needs to hold off more than one squad.
is a decent spot, but it's full of people. And this is the problem as well for RICO Infinity team, just getting caught off the edge. There's just too many spots controlled by other squads already inside the zone. Real Tiger 9 will send RICO Infinity team through to 14th position. YaLLa as well get thrown out of the match, down in 13th. Is NASR still up against Zombies, still their loyal team to solo. These two players trying to hold on for the moment. NASR needs to still flush this one out. Up staircase to go, all three members, they will destroy the Zombies, and they too will fall.
It's so important to clear out your side as well, but like at what cost, right? Like right now, look at that new circle being so harsh on these teams on the southeastern side, and NASR once again need to fight their way through if they're so worthy of that really big lead in the league stage. They need to also show it here. But look at that landscape, it makes the rotation so hard. They just time it so well. Meanwhile, Alpha Legends still playing off that really small position off north to that main road.
And look as well who's inside the zone. Falcons, once they gain inside the play area. Phase 6, they got a compound to themselves. This is going to be Falcons still as a full squad, setting up shop for a second win. Another packet of cash going towards them. But how will they be able to control this one this time around? You can see the kill leaders is going to be GUNZ. No surprise there, coming out from their aggression. 4 kills on Lord. And will be also NASR Miracle on the second place with 3. But a fairly evenly spread game of kills because of how crazy this zone is. Teams focus more on their positions, rotating in as well. SCYTES will lose Ghost. And now down to the solo player as well. And this is just teams picking apart teams. NASR and GUNZ going in at the same time. GUNZ have to stop for the moment. Cannot aggress this one too much. There's also NASR in behind them. Will smoke up. The explosive is going to be sent in, but will go wide.
It's just really interesting circle. It's about, covers, there's more rich lines, utilities, covers from those cars as well. And you can see no one wants to challenge that middle spot because it's just flat, essentially flat. So the zone will do so much damage and dictate so much pace of the game. Meanwhile, I think it's important for NASR and the side of GUNZ to know what it means to be on here. The next shift will need to force them to fight because they need to balance between that rotation fighting, but brilliant nade coming from GUNZ to start it.
Direct on target. Can Lord find the final player though? They clutch themselves up together. One grenade would send them packing now. GUNZ, they go in. They're going in the flank side, looking for the first. Still one player up, though. They fire through the smoke. They find one onto Radiv. Lord is slightly low. Lord will be able to find a second one as well. And HOTLINE, with them going out, will be joined by GUNZ in a dire mistake. On the outside, NASR keep themselves alive. Falcons, so they've heard this, they're pushing up as well. They know that this could be the only solo player here. They're not willing to allow NASR this time to survive. Straight back down goes Miracle. And now it will be up to Hassan to be able to find the final few picks. But can they do it a second time? Can they eliminate a second squad? Falcons going to be so much harder. You can see them putting the smokes down, looking for the revive, but together, one grenade, as we say, would send them packing, but should make the revive for now, nevertheless. Still Falcons, more focused on getting their way into zone, as it has gone that shift up towards the northern side.
I think if Falcon plays this right, they can make it to top 3 because they've got the numbers advantage. They've been relying on these compounds, to stay somewhat stealthy, so they should have decent resources as well. And they want every point they want, and they realize this, that they want to clear out NASR so they don't get caught from the back, and that is them taking 1 and then taking 2. And that is the mindset that you need to have with the clock ticking, clearing out one side whilst having anchor point. That is Falcon waking up and starting to fly.
Falcon, they are flying off of the chicken dinner. The adrenaline going so much through their veins. Will Falcon be able to be secure here, if I can spit out my words, to be able to take a second chicken dinner? As Alpha Legends, they too will also move their way closer in. SCYTES on the other side. iKURD still alive. iKURD so desperate for these points to prove themselves in this super weekend. They eliminate one of the Falcons members. Only 2 birds left, but can they throw a stone? Take out both of them at the same time. As Alpha Legends, all the meanwhile, they are cooking, and they are not cooking into the chicken dinner they want. It might just be Alpha Legends for dinner right now, as iKURD as well. Hold firm, and this is the reset. These teams are waiting on the position, edging their way in so closely.
Well, I think iKURD's got a pretty sweet spot. You can see Falcons just relying on burned vehicles and whatnot, sitting in cars while in the smoke. It's just a really tricky circle. I feel like they could have done something proactive against iKURD to take away a ridge, but you can see it's not going to be easy, and SCYTES over-peaking and will just lose their chance to win this game. But down to that solo, not easy anyway, but Alpha Legends, multiple sides of pressure coming in their way as well.
Alpha Legend is going to be able to secure chicken dinner underneath the car. Tarzan, it will be Alpha Legends to take the victory. Falcons snuffed at the final moment, but it was, albeit a valiant attempt to secure the runner-up position.
You know what? It's the small things. I always say that, and you guys will hear me, all the time about this. The small thing that mattered, that made a difference of almost $1,000 is when you didn't blow up your tires when you are planning to use those metal shields. Just get shot from underneath, right? Like those are the small things. And well, this is a very expensive lesson, I have to say, but they do. Like we mentioned, Falcon, still a very strong game, but Alpha Legends are 1,000 USD richer, almost 1,000. We'll just round up that way, it has a ring to it. 4 digits, crazy. Right, officially not, but Falcons, they are flying right now. Like
they did well. They did well.
And the second place with some incredible game sense to clear out, one side, and then confidence in executing some of those plays as well.
As we do say, Alpha Legends will want to take the second game chicken dinner, but it is, for me, the most exciting match up next. Sandhawk will just be after the break, so make sure you guys keep tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to the PMPL Arabia, where we just saw Alpha Legends destroy the hopes of Falcons' second straight chicken dinner. Of course, I am Highland Wolf, and joined here with me is Tarzan. And going, I think, straight into the standings, I do believe here, Tarzan, it will be an exciting one to see just how dominantly really Alpha Legends did clean up that lobby, because it was 4 teams, and then suddenly we had our victor.
I think it's all about the timing, right? Timed aggression, timed rotation. They have no, the covers for a very long time. But you know what? One thing that we need to slowly stack up, right, to see is the standings of this Super Weekend, right? But we will first see that match results with Falcon being the second place, 18 points, and Alpha Legends getting 23 points. Just doing those quick maths there mean that iKURD, have been decent, like mid-table just from one decent game there, but Falcon definitely leading right now.
As well, the top Iraq representative there, iKURD Esports as well, going to find themselves on the top there. The other representative, Real Tiger 9, down in 8th position, but iKURD really needing those points. We told them at the start of today that they were going to be coming into this as the last position qualifier for the Super Weekend, and coming into the second game already and getting that big third place win for them is going to be that momentum game, is going to set their mind on target to be continuing now into the next. And I think as well, it has been a slightly rougher start on the other side of the table there for NASR Esports, who only 13 points this game and did not do well at all, with only minimal points in the first game, coming from the top dominant representative in this first Super Weekend. Not what we would have expected.
Well, at least it's a double point digit game, right? Like double digit point game, excuse me. And is that right? Is my English correct? But
yes.
We are expecting more from them, like that's for sure. And same for YaLLa Esports. We've seen them, right? We've seen them, their interviews as well, in the past history. They need to really bounce back, right? This is where we see things to get more interesting, because it's about a map that no one's played in this tournament yet. Like, that is really something. That is crazy to think about, and we will be able to see it with a fresh pair of eyes as well, because I haven't really seen much of the scrims in that area, but this will be very interesting. We're going to see some more statistics when it comes to the last game as well, and we can see so a good feel of them, making it work. For example, like Chaos from Alpha Legends definitely putting so much work in, but GUNZ, we've got Lord pretty much making things count as well, finishing those, but no one's really beating Kalaga from iKURD in this one. 1,095 damage, man, in this one game.
Tied as well for the kills, 4 kills in total. We're almost able to have the most vital time. That, of course, does go through to Alpha Legends, as we also head our way through to the highlights of this match, Tarzan, and we get to see exactly how Alpha Legends were able to bring this one to the chicken victory.
And it's just all started. Like, with this title circle, we mentioned this northeastern side being pretty tricky, but iKURD, although they've got a good amount of kills, right, and a good amount of points, even almost with that match MVP, did not start it easy.
I think as well here, Tarzan, coming through as well, yes, from iKURD losing a play, yes, from even Real Tiger 9, I think, struggling. It is, on the other hand, good showings from them, because they've been able to still secure the placement points. And this is what we said that we could predict from teams coming into these games in the Super Weekend, because it is not just about getting the points, getting all of them, as many kills as possible, to be able to secure and rack up the points. And particularly, maybe teams in this first Super Weekend especially are looking towards those placement points, are looking towards to trying to get that money, that $965 by the end. Every chicken dinner victory that these teams can muster, they get that. And I think that is why you do see such a focus on placement points as well. Why you see the likes of even Falcons, for example, being so careful in their positioning, making sure that, yes, they're not the most aggressive of teams, but they are a team that is getting consistent positions inside the zone.
Yeah, and I think there's like some grounds when it comes to adjusting the style for the tournament format, prize money, but like ultimately, like we just kind of want to have those chicken dinners in any game. But if it's in that route, right, of exploring how to get that prize money, allows these teams to find a great style that works for them, that is probably a very pleasant surprise.
As well as we see just so quick the final moments when Falcons, reduced to the final player, were able to find themselves the final picks by the end of it. But as you say, so expensive a mistake by the end of it, not popping those tires costed them that one tire at the end. Last, he gets knocked, the headshot to finish it off, and the fact the Falcons as well as only get that second place, but Alpha Legends capitalizing on all of those mistakes and going towards then, well, what we see next, Tarzan, in Sanhok. It is going to be particularly exciting to see the breakdown of two of the best teams, we would say, going into it, with the most experience out of Alpha Legends as the veterans, but the best team on paper out of the league days, NASR Esports, this comparison.
And you can see, right, this is close. Like, it's close when it comes to them needing to fight in from different sides. But Alpha Legends just kind of force, to push teams away because they're playing around a pocket that can be so volatile. They need to do small splits and push everyone away to keep holding down a spot, but it worked out for them eventually. They haven't touched a compound in so long, right, for that map. So I'm happy for them. It's like not easy to pull off, but they made it work. And NASA, yes, not the best game because they're averaging like 15 points, like for that like league stage for those 8 games, but they were able to get 13. Not too bad, like a significant improvement, compared to the first one. But if you've been, so dominant, give people so much expectations, you better start getting some of the chicken dinners as well.
I think it is going to be as a result of their consistency. Falcons really eyeing their prize up at the top of this leaderboard overall for the first Super Weekend. But on the other side of the coin, it is actually only 2 games so far that we have had. There's still 13 more games to go, Tarzan. And there is plenty of time, even for squads like HOTLINE, who actually haven't had the best showing at all. They fell down twice now early on in the game. And I really do wish, going now into Sanhok, the most volatile of all the maps, that HOTLINE are able to bring something. The question being on the other side of things, though, Tarzan, how do HOTLINE reset? And how do HOTLINE be able to then muster up a big win?
I think it comes down to those things that were mentioned before. Right? You really need to know your team. Like if you're any part of the team, whether you're coach, analyst, or IGL, you just need to find a way, like to bring out the best side of that player. Sometimes certain strategies only work for one person, then you may have to pull them to a side. You say, look, like this is what I want you to do. Like for yourself, this is how you work, like these things are so important, but like it's these small pieces put together that allows the team to have, good morale, people to still remember the fun that they have. It's, when things become a chore, that is where things feel so dead. People feel so dead inside. You can see in the eye. You can almost smell it in their breath across the miles when you don't play the game together. It's it's all these things. The energy and aura is very, very important in the team.
I think when we look at aura as well in the team, the ability for teams to cope with difficult zones, and especially around Sanhok moving in, has been something that we've really already been able to see tested. But on the other hand of things, for those teams who are more kill heavy, something that we've seen from the likes of NASR struggling a little bit when it comes to making their way into zones. But also on the other side of things, RICO Infinity Team, another squad that are based heavily on kills, and that's what brought them up to that top of the leaderboard in the first 2 league days. haven't had that consistency so much, though. And is it now time for RICO Infinity Team to bring something different, not only to Sandhawk, but also to other times in both Miramar and Erangel later on in the future tonight?
I think they need to have a contingency plan. Like, I feel like they know the textbook plays, they know a little bit of those splits, but when the zone's so harsh towards them, like they struggle to adapt, like in a way to still. I feel like there's a little bit of the sense of idealism coming through. Like they want to finish a fight, then get in as a full team. But sometimes you just can't do that. Like from how they play, I feel like there's a little bit of, oh, this probably won't be the best. Some of us may die or something. That adds some hesitation. It's just an impression, right? But as you can see, they've been in these situations where they don't have to lose everybody, but they just did. And so it's time for them to, ramp it up. And 24 points right now, picture perfect, 12 kills, 12 placement points. But, the play speak otherwise, and they really, need to make it even further. And I think they can. They just need to learn the art when it comes to these rotations.
It's about consistency in going into Sandhawk as we get ready to board up onto the plane. Can see, of course, the beautiful Oppo, and it is Renault 5 here for us, born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much-loved Renault 5 series. And Tarzan, this is the much-loved, for all the wrong reasons, Sandhawk is... oftentimes it is the infamous zone that goes all towards all three islands. And do we see that again? I certainly am hoping so.
Oh, I think talk about this plane path first. I know I don't always talk about it because it's a 4 kilometers times 4 kilometers map, and you're expecting for most plane paths to allow teams to go, to anywhere before they're being actually pretty northern. Makes teams who love to go to Sami Camp, Charlie Camp, or all these areas a little bit harder. They have to open the parachutes earlier. But you know what? They now need to think like whether they want to do that, because that circle is very north heavy. We can't even see the top part of it. And how often can you say that you have a 30 to 40% water circle in phase 1 of Sandhawk?
I think as well, the tricky point of this zone is not only moving away through the main island, but also through that northwestern island. Yes, it is not more so in zoning. Yes, teams won't be looking to stay in that place for long, but it is a brilliant side gate through into the center of zone. And you do expect that teams will prioritize positions over the likes of not only the mountains, but also HOTLINE as well, moving their way in. And already, these teams so close up together. Rad up against SUDOR. SUDOR going to lose one. Rad, they have the action. The go stations button pressed, and they have pressed it with their full fist down upon SUDOR. Down already a player. Down to the trio. Could lose another. Fixed 10 going to be caught from behind, and that is a backstab. There's a bullet in the back. It's Rad. Take a second. Now SUDOR coming in with the support, but is it too late? I think it might just be SUDOR. Now it's time to get yourself together as a duo and move yourself through to another point in zone.
This just shouldn't happen at this caliber of play. Like how can you form a split, okay, and allow two of your players to continue dropping on the spot when you see teams, a full team dropping around you? That is Tambang, and it's not easy to drift away. I understand that, but there's a river in play. You can use those as well. So that is SUDOR's own mistake. In those early game needed skills, parachuting, I button, 360 view. But you know what? Let's hold that thought, because Painan is getting a little bit feisty.
Oh, Painan, the river in the center. Zombies up against GSG. Just fire exploded. Now into oblivion. The Salah jumps over the wall, dodging out that grenade. Is also from the backside. Will be able to knock down a second of Arab GSG, and the walls are falling, and they are falling hard like dominoes right now. Already just down to Rex, but Rex, He needs to be the king of jungle at the moment because zombies, they are closing in and the horde does not like to wait. They want to eat Rex and the rest of Arab GSG as Rex runs for the hills.
Oh, it's just so hard. You can see Salih's just so confident as a player as well. Like he runs in with the half clip Uzi with 20% HP and keep pushing. That is what happens when you have that confidence. And most importantly, with a team on your back as well as they chase them out and Rex at least survive for now. That's so important. Right? The ability to be possibly getting any points is so key. This is also side of zombies going kind of out of the way to get this. I think it may be worth it as they land that kill, but they've been noisy boys as well in this one, and they just need to maybe go back to Paidan and start looting up again.
As NASR, they as well will look to try move their way into zone, and NASR, as we say, going through into league, it isn't just a team 120 points, almost 50 points ahead of the rest in the first 2 days of competition, but the fact that Salih as well on the other, or sorry, should I say for the side of NASR, the actual team as a whole, so confident because when you play so confidently as a team and you get so many kills, you expect them to be able to follow through with confident plays, even when it is that tricky zone. And going into Sandhawk, to be able to bring back yourself into the game, into the competition, into those standings, Sandhawk is not the match, not the map that you want to have to do so. And on the other hand, it has been, as I say, the likes of other squads like Zombies who are also aggressive. And Salih, as we say, MVP for both days so far, popping off already, wiping the squad of Arab GSG is there too. YaLLa will look to wipe out Flair Loyal Team for a second time, even third time realistically by this point. YaLLa are struggling.
Oh, it's so hard for to play this position as well. Once you're too focused on one side, you just get stabbed from behind. It's such a volatile part of the map. So you can see some of these players, right, to avoid charging through Paradise as well as crossing that tap main road. They decide to go eastern, right? They play wide, like they go around the high hills, and through almost the Mongnai side. But because the circle's not confirmed yet, we know it's pretty northern, but you need to kind of find a way in. But this is definitely going to be very messy around Paradise Resort. We can see YaLLa actually getting the pickup, 2 of them in the car, and now with 2 kills to start this game.
YaLLa holding up for them. Meanwhile, though, you see the cavalry come in. The support is here. And Bandar is ready to fight. Powerful moves in through towards the compound, in towards the buildings. This is the stop and search part of the fire where YaLLa look for every building and look for his final member of Alpha. But they have let themselves be known they are going for the kills, but they just can't find the bullets. And YaLLa are able to wipe out the entire squad of Flair Loyal for the meantime.
Just 1 left actually for them, but this is basically the whole squad gone. Like, I know it's really weird to say it. I do say I believe in the power of the solos and duos, etc. But like, I don't feel like that would help the squad, like in that situation, because they pulled out a split that's very, very hard to hold down. It's like they're just randomly dropped like onto the map or stand up without really thinking about how they could support each other, and they just left in just scattered compounds, and that is something that was not good coming from Loyal. But you know what? We have the game to winners coming in. Yes, lost 1 already, but they are trying to get some ideas and scouting from this high ground and hillside surrounding this the drop of Paradise Resort.
Real Tiger 9. What a name. And I mean, the claws, the kitty cats. They will have to wait for the moment because the power is coming through from SCYTES and NASR up against it. Hassan just went in, dived to their own death. SCYTES now closing in around, but so are NASR on the other side. 1-2 split now going into the 3x1 as they will first down Hassan. Confirm that not going to deny extra vision away, you can see the splits coming through from SCYTES on the left, from NASR on the right, and the overall position on the top. But look on the top, it is Miracle here, Tarzan, who is making that flank right side round. And though Nabo is under fire, NASR maybe have this extra opportunity, this extra avenue in. Is SCYTES, they see this coming through, force themselves back. And now look for Miracle on that off angle. NASR, though, they're coming back together for the support. And this is just a positioning. This is who plays better as that squad. But a trio now only going to be the case for NASR. Keep in mind, Hassan not as well, just at the start of his fight. Tika, Nabo, Miracle, they're ready to throw these grenades in, looking for that angle. SCYTES will dodge out the first one. So will let themselves be known in the positioning. Another one to cover fire. The SCYTES as well. Hold for the moment. The smoke's coming through, but they've already moved. This is slow, steady engagement through from NASR.
I think it's important, right, for both teams to have some reservations because they do have the spot in the circle for this next stage, right? But they will get pushed. It's very easy, to just get too tunneled on here. And as you can see, both of them controlled, right? And that is very important. I think this is something that they need to know, that they may just hurt themselves if they just pull the trigger. But we do have the circle continuously going to the northern side. And some of these teams that I've seen, SUDOR trying to go for rotation, trying to play in those water, but got sprayed down on that. But we were just speaking of spray down, Zombies trying to do the same thing against the RT9 squad.
This is why you can't dive in all of your players together. Yes, you're on the northern side, but everyone is on the northern side. RT9 and the Tigers get cut down, and they are used for a third rug for the side of Zombies' living room. RTG as well on the side of Hassan. And on this other side, on the northwestern island in particular here, Tarzan, it's interesting to see how teams will look to control, because being still a part of the zone, more importantly in Phase 2, there are still opportunities and still possibilities for teams to continue to use that northwestern island as that gate, as we say, through towards that mainland side.
Oh, it's very tricky. I think it's still down to that Tadmark road that I always like to mention. There's no straight path through it. You have to go on the eastern or western side, to go through some small hills first, to rotate past it. And so I think teams need to focus on, controlling a segment once again, whilst knowing the most available and easiest rotation path in, like if they ever have to cross to the other side of the map.
NASR looking for that reposition, have been able to find it for the meantime. Keep in mind, though, yes, Hassan has been knocked previously on that engage. So the next engage will be weaker statistically, as they also, the chicken dinners, Alpha Legends, look to control an interesting position over these hills, Tarzan. And yes, they've not got a compound, but splitting as that three members, that triangular formation actually serves well, I would say, because it provides them the high ground, it provides them the cover in the safety of knowing that they won't be crashed into a building, yet still can overlook so many teams. As all the meanwhile, SCYTES, they run towards the compound that NASR did take, disengaging away. SCYTES don't want any of this. SCYTES want to be able to push down what they finished.
It's hard. Like, I think this push is so hard because it's not just about running downhill, right? It's about all the third-party potential and what it means after. Just look at the top of the map there, guys. Like, to all the viewers, just look at that. It's so open. Like, if it ever shifts away and you need to leave this compound, with people just having their eyes on you, it's so punishable. It's so punishable. So I think the side of SCYTES should just stay right, just on the hilltop, knowing the absolute limits, hugging to those rocks or whatnot. And YaLLa had some good start. Now they need to wrap up this fight. They have the numbers advantage because we've seen the side of RT9 losing players earlier.
RT9 down to the solo player. Eagle is the only one remaining. Volt now knocked as well. YaLLa, they're looking for even more. They find a flush through. They're going to make the revive happen. And Eagle on the descent back throughout the fight. Gets sniped by the solo pick of Yamas on the off angle. Anticipating that retreat through. And that is brilliant work through taking them to the second place currently now on the team standings. 5 points for them. 4 players still up. And YaLLa still with a compound in the zone looks so strong. And the only players beside him is the solo of Flare Loyal team, easy crawling their way in innocently into the edge.
Just the way to do it. Like sometimes to not know when to crawl or stand is a huge issue, right, when it comes to this map in particular. But also as a solo, you don't have to be too desperate to find a spot in unless you're incredibly low on meds. And I think one thing that we always mention for this map is the possible use of healing strat, but with this outer circle, I don't know whether it's something that these teams have planned. Like the smooth transition into that will be so important, because the zone will just dictate so much for you. You need to always have this plan B in your pocket.
NASR, they are going to need a plan C at this point, because plan A didn't work out. They lost to Sam. Plan B isn't working out right now. They've now got scouts behind them. They've got a squad in front of them. What is the plan C realistically here, though, Tarzan, for NASR to be able to make?
I think, well, waiting for the circle first, then think about the start hypothesizing the rotation paths out of the compound, like on different types of shift, right? If it's a northern, eastern, like there's so many ways. Okay, probably not eastern, because they are pretty eastern on that side. And start thinking about those things, like what to do if this happens. And that's probably some of the best things that you can do while staying active, like holding a position. But we'll first have the side of RICO Infinity. We know we want to see more of them.
RICO Infinity team up against GUNZ, but GUNZ, they just destroy the RICO Infinity team members inside of zone. But on the other side, keep in mind, it is still 2 players on that eastern side who can gatekeep GUNZ. They're still very far outside of zone. So yes, you lose your solo player who was trying to gatekeep away GUNZ, but you still maintain position over the future of this game. 3 players, should I say, still going to move their way into the next zone. That next zone does centralize up towards that northeastern end. And Rad, they will be this team in the center of it. And around looking towards these hills is where these teams, I imagine, will look to control, because there are so few compounds with this shift that teams can realistically take.
It's really tricky. Like, you need to know rich lines once again, but Rad being in that, like, just picture perfect, I think is a much needed game from them, and it's just literally in the center, and they will have a good amount of kills no matter how it shifts. It's the impression, okay, of me in this part of the map. And, the sound of GUNZ as well. Like, I know they killed one, maybe like RICO Infinity, like that player took that 1v1 and get punished for it, but let's appreciate the fact that GUNZ are trying to go through like Mong Knight and have, be very stacked up when it comes to meds, but still send one in and have to overwatch, to kill one of RICO Infinity. That is insane. That is so important. The split is like 100 meters to 200 meters apart, slowly coming in from the eastern side. I think that is a good plan. That's a controlled way. That is a way to avoid congestion and focus on the late game. So many ways that these teams can play this map, and I think we want to see more from all of them, but this circle is still so tricky.
Beautiful position right now on the edge for also Alpha Legends, as they will look to gatekeep away iKURD on the outside as well. FalconsEsport, who we praise as well for being so consistent in their positioning and zone. On their way in, just wipe out SUDOR Esports. Down they will go, as well as iKURD looking for their own tricky position inside, as Flare Loyal, the solo, will be eliminated in 12th position as well. And it is now down to where these teams need to control, and how iKURD, realistically, they will just fall, should I say. I was going to say maybe iKURD can move down towards the south side. It would be tricky for them, but they will be eliminated. No bother, no problem for them anymore. It's inside of zone, no. On the edge, so many of these teams. And we saw also compounds towards this north side, particularly where actually RTG are controlling. Very fast rotation from them, and will take one of the strongest positions on that flank side round, because what they're doing is effectively not only stopping Falcons from entering in off the north side, but they're also forcing Falcons to spend crucial moments in this game over to the north end of zone on a wider rotation round, especially considering that zone has gone over to those hills.
And I think there's a lack of map knowledge coming from Falcon. Like, if you know that spot, you just can't enter in like that. The covers are more to the northern side with like the small watchtowers and whatnot. You know there's a compound in here. You know you would use up your next cover. They have to play wider, and Last is in a position to maybe slowly rotate in from that northern side, but it's a mistake by these two of their teammates to have lost their life right here.
Even YaLLa as that third party going to add to the difficulty, as you say. Last going to be basically the only player at the moment, because the other is pinned down. As soon as they step up, they will be knocked. That is why Bomber is firing down, just trying to buy as much time as it can, buying as much space, but that zone still, nevertheless, so relentless, will force Bomber down, and Last is also making a run for it, but they're getting ready for the shot. Will Last be able to survive? And yes, they will for the moment. The healing coming through is also NASR will be eliminated in 11th position. Currently, 6 points will send him down even further. Is RTG move in?
What a beautiful play by RTG. Like, they pushed away Falcon from from that compound, and they straight up do a 2-2 split to rotate and even choke the rotation pass from that clockwise white rotation coming from Falcon as well. That is what we want to play. But Rad still holding this compound. You can see so many teams trying to come in on the south side. They can still farm this, and they will also get the new circle.
HOTLINE going to be eliminated. YaLLa will send them packing. Only off angle. The solo player keeps himself alive. So will Zombies fall. This is the decimation of teams. Left, right, and center. Mr. Zone stays with Rad. Rad now is the opportunity to shine for them. As YaLLa will be picked apart. GUNZ will lose their own member. So with the rest of GUNZ still stuck on the outskirts, Ralph will get knocked as well. And now down to only one player on the edge of the ridgeline, playing for time inside of that zone, playing for space. So on the other side, Alpha Legends.
Beautiful control there, like Raymond knowing that it will be hard going straight in front, so he's assessing his options. The second he watches his right side, he will get some of those kills, but RTG have made some good maneuvers, will still need to move in further, but Alpha Legends is trying to just make so much work, and that is them continuing, but Rad will first lend so many kills. That is the 8th coming through. This is them popping off finally.
El Chapo, Marshall, the 2 players remaining. They have made space inside the zone. Ralph won't be so lucky though. Down to just 1. Hamodi, the solo player for GUNZ. Still Alpha Legends up as a duo. Still Rad up as a full squad. Still Rad with the control. As another of Alpha Legends will be knocked. GUNZ sending in the grenades will confirm that one through onto Chaos. Alpha Legends eliminated out in 4th. Hamodi looking for the eyes on target. Now onto El Chapo. Ooh, half the health goes through. El Chapo needs another one to send him packing. Hamodi as well might be caught from GUNZ, so still Rad eyes on this solo player. And this is realistically here, Tarzan, Rad's game to control. You understand it. 2 players of RTG, 1 player of GUNZ with the zone in favor of Rad. They have been gifted this chicken dinner and gifted so much with those 9 kills.
When it comes to a circle given to you this way, this is how you try to win it. The spread out, and they know that is just a 4v2, but one of them got knocked as well. This is time to grab every single kill, every single point, and then just a glorious way to win this chicken dinner.
The fact that Rad as well, yes, they're struggling, but it's not going to be enough. There's just too many people. And that is why you see actually Rad able to take that chicken dinner 3. And Rad, the ones who will be so successful here to bring out on top. And Tarzan going through now through this 3rd game, this was much needed points, as you say, from Rad, and this also equalizes the table.
Oh, I think it's going to be so interesting. Where, for example, YaLLa making it, a decent game, right? The side of Falcon falling a little bit, but maybe have had enough points from before to stay relevant. Like, after all, it's a marathon, man. Like, if you play all Super Weekends, it's 45 games. Like, it's so many games. Like, you have to just stay on top, and then, but the momentum that we mentioned that comes from those prizes for winning to having a chicken dinner is you can buy so many actual chicken dinners like with that amount. It's just like crazy. But that is a brilliant third game, and it's brutal circle. Like, we wouldn't expect anything less.
Anything less. But of course, it was Rad who took the chicken dinner victory. And before we get to the breakdown, we will have a short break where we will see you guys on the flip side. Welcome everyone back to PMPL Arabia, where we have had 3 games down so far, 2 more to go, and it was actually Rad this time around who were able to secure themselves a 15 points to the chicken dinner, and also that 965 banging bucks for that win. My name, of course, is going to be Hannibal here, but joined as well here by side me is going to be Fest Tarzan. And overall, Tarzan, these 3 games, as we said, coming off of the break, has been fairly even so far between these teams. Teams have been going up, but teams have also been going down in the standings, quite varied across all 3 maps.
I've just done a little bit of, not really research, but checking. RAD Esports, yes, they had that win, but before that game, they were the only team out of the 16 team that had 0 points in the first 2 games of this Super Weekend. And that is how much it matters to them, from absolutely nothing to getting a win with that cash prize. Crazy.
Insane stuff, as well as we will see the highlights of how exactly Rad were able to bring that chicken dinner victory on board. And going through, as well as you say, not only was that such a needed win from Rad, but also it was very much needed here on the other side of other teams. It's the likes as well of FalconsEsport. Yes, he didn't make it through to the final few rounds of these players, but they were still able to come up with a good position nevertheless. And with 33 placement points in between all 3 games so far, and still 15 kill points on top, they are the team to beat with 48 points in total.
And I think that is still, some small things that are slipping, but we shouldn't, just count that too much like that. Game just there, there were some mistakes. They had a plan to split their bets, but you know what? It's just so hard. It's so punishing when you made these mistakes on this map. But we can see Falcon did make some of the earlier plays. As you can see, SUDOR, the way that they lost more players than they needed. It's 2 big mistakes, landing onto a full team, as well as dying on the rotation.
Dying on a rotation inside the zone, not exactly how you want to end this one through. Unfortunately for SUDOR, that did cost him to the solo. Even when boarding, they just got blown up by the squads rotating in. And I think so did YaLLa, because this is where you say, on the other hand, YaLLa were very, very aggressive as a team. They were leading almost to kill points going into the final stage of the game, but they spent so long once again suffering as a team for going so many on kills. The zone crept up behind them, and they got caught inside the blue.
Oh, it's just a tricky map, tricky circle, and you can see those teams who took the time to go around actually get rewarded. To be fair, GUNZ was the team that was tanking up to phase 4, but they just found the way in. What I'd talk about, if it ever goes north, the team that could maybe white rotate from the eastern side from HOTLINE may be able to find a way in. And they made it far enough. I think is a top 3 finish and is very decent. They got some kill points as well, but it's all down to Rad towards the end. Blessed by the gods and say, you have nothing and I have mercy on you, is what we call grace. They need to say grace. I don't know, it's just amazing to see. That maybe it's a strength in the mindset as well, reflected from it. 2 games getting 0 points. Imagine how devastating it has to be for a lot of people, how they would have 0 confidence. How do they bounce? But they somehow did.
The zone goes in their way, and they took full advantage of it. 10 kills, I believe they were able to muster. In fact, no, 11 kills, should I say here, because actually Rad, with that win, move themselves up from 16th position up to the 5th position out of this entire leaderboard. 26 points in total, but also a team that have done immensely well for themselves across 2 games, because keep in mind the first game wasn't so hot for them. The side of actually GUNZ here, moving up towards the later stage of both Miramar and Sandhawk. Very good stuff from them, and just in those final moments, getting caught out, unfortunately, but the consistency still very much there. And I think as well there from NASR on the other side of things, who also have had a bad first game, can't quite cut the stuff, because they are on the other side down to 11th, just up beside who was second place in the league stage, above them, YaLLa in 10th.
I mean, this is what I mean, right? Like you've got some decent games, but you're playing one map that you didn't expect, you didn't play in that group stage, and you just need to carry it over that momentum. And NASR's not been able to do that yet. But RTG is a team that held a decent compound, right? But that is like still, kind of blessed by the circle and try to make use of that. But we can see a team that's trying to fight their way in. That although they went out earlier, but Zombies with the crazy fragging power still, landing those knocks, landing those kills, 3-4 times of the damage of some of these other teams, because they pick that side to play. Like personally, I wouldn't do it, but because maybe they're so confident to fight a spot for themselves, just keep charging through that southern side.
I think overall for the side of Zombies, yes, it is a dominant showing, and I think it plays very well into the fact that Zombies are this very aggressive team, Tarzan. As we move through to the overall standings, we will be able to have them for you. We will get to see exactly how much this win really does mean for actually the side of Rad, because Rad moving all the way, as we say, from that last position up towards the 5th spot in total, just clinching behind 4th position. There is RTG Esports, and above them, those top 3 starting to create a little bit of a lead for themselves: GUNZ, Alpha, and Falcon.
Now, I think the side of GUNZ actually is showing the most promise. I know it's weird to say that, but the flexibility in their play style as well that allowed them to take this 3rd spot at the moment. Like for the rest of the teams, it's a little bit like they just get what's given to them, more like instead of fighting for spots. So I think those top 3 teams are definitely worth like the mention, and the points really reflect that as well.
Can see also, I think, to note, iKURD Esports up in 6th position from what was 16th position in the first 2 days, leading their way through with a big set of win through on Miramar. That has certainly helped him. And as well, on the other side of things, still to get through off the bottom, SUDOR on the edge on that 16th spot. HOTLINE as well, still not doing so hot in 15th. Only 4 points between those 3 games so far. And going into Miramar once again, we've seen all of these teams on the match before, but it is how now HOTLINE, SUDOR, the likes of those teams in the bottom, even the snipers who were fairly actually low down, I think, to say overall, in between all of these games, move their way up, because this 4th game on Miramar, in particular, Tarzan, is not going to take any prisoners and is going to once again show and test positioning, because that is what Miramar all is about, and it is what these teams, I would say, have been struggling, because getting caught out on the first initial phases of the zone is not the level that we would expect coming through in the PMPL.
Comes down to that playing path as well. Like we had a very interesting one earlier, and then some of these teams, like based on what they chose, like where they chose to drop, like in that league stage, make themselves, leave themselves a little bit confused. I feel like they have those secondary drop spots, but make the whole lobby like a bit more predictable. Like the playing paths just go like left, right, and center in a very different way. So like need to see how they pull it off. I think there's still many ways to test. I still haven't been able to predict anything, too accurately yet, just because of the amount of data that we get from that. But you know what? We will get to play that game soon, and maybe a different playing path that we will see for this time round, and adding some colors to it.
Maybe this time around, Tarzan, I will be able to successfully identify where the plane is going to go. I mean, this is our game, right? This is like our way of playing PUBG. You enter into the map, got to guess exactly where that plane path goes before you open up that map. I mean, what a game it is. And maybe you should show me as well, at least if not this game, but in game 5, just how it's done.
Oh, if we get to see that view, I would try. But it's that type of game that if you win, you feel like you're very cool. If you don't,
who needs money?
Yes, exactly. But if you don't, you feel like, okay, like I'm just gonna go. Like there's so many. It's just hard. But it's different ways, and it's important to have fun, guys. Like I think that's the thing, right? Like it's. When we talk about mentality, we talk about like team cohesion and all that stuff. Like it's the variety in is important as well. Like, I believe some of these teams don't just play this game together. Sometimes they play other games together as well. Have a chat, video chat and all that stuff. Trying to innovate everyone right now to see there are ways to keep a team together. And sometimes when you just go too deep in to just say it's just scrim, then a scrim or nothing mentality is also very harmful.
I think overall, the scrim mentality, you have to get rid of it because we're in the PMPL. We're about to head into the 4th match here. Tarzan and Miramar is up next, and this will be the plane path diving on in. I hope that we get to see the plane path because I want you to show. Yes, Tarzan, tell me.
Okay, that is from prison all the way to Tol Akumada. It is how I think it's prison to Tol Akumada. I'm not that sure, but I think it should be close enough.
I mean, close enough,
Woohoo!
Close to winning here, Tarzan. You win, but so do these teams, and so does Oppo. Born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much-loved Renault 5 series, and Tarzan going through this plane path much kinder to these teams compared to what was before. Most of these squads are going to be happy to drop down towards the south side this time around, and south side as well. We were speaking before the broadcast, something that these teams have not been so willing to be able to take, and I would like to see more drop down, and it is pleasant to me to see both SUDOR and RT9 moving down to that south island to move up towards the zone if necessary.
Yeah, I think this plane path is one of the nicest. Like, if you know the map of Miramar, this allows teams to go to El Pozo, La Cabrera if they need to. They want to glide to Campo Militar, done, right? It reach those main roads with vehicle spawns so that you can go to Los Leones with a bit of a float if you don't want to drive, done. But you know what? It comes with a price. Look at this phase 1 circle, man. What the heck is that? Like, it's so southern that once again it cuts off, the boss, like the southern bit of that circle, and with that middle on the southern outskirts of Los Leones.
Do you know what is tricky about this zone as well, Tarzan? Is it actually, you don't look at it first and assume so, but it doesn't favor this plane path because Los Leones is so big that you don't realistically get a great angle towards that eastern side. Impala, Puerto Pricio, all of that south coastal line on the east there as well going to be able to play initially. So these squads all going to have to fight for a way into those locations. It's not going to be so easily done. As well, I think it is going to be even harder for the likes of those who drop down high in the north. For example, SCYTES all the way up on, as you can see, that top right of your screen there, up in the top right corner of the screen, the northeastern side, where they will have a very tricky time indeed. You do have to imagine to rotate through not 1 but 2, 3 teams even.
It's about the timing of that. I think they need to know, like, they need to pick a spot to enter and know whether it's a spot that allows them to maybe do progressive rotations, whether it's a spot that has choke spots. If if there are these spots, right, slow down, man. Like there's not a lot of teams like surrounding them, like focus on gassing up, making sure that you have all the vehicles, all the gas cans, picking your favorite loadout. Like they have time to do that. Like sometimes it's more important go to claim a power position when you are close to it, so that it doesn't get taken away. But if you for sure know that you are not in proximity to claim those, then you can play a bit of a slower game.
I mean, this is where we differentiate between me and the pro players, because if I see that zone and I'm up in the northern side, I'm like, Tarzan, we gotta go. We gotta go now towards the South Island. There is no time to stop. We are getting that vehicle and we are driving towards that south side. And Puerto Aparicio, here we come. But I mean, on the other hand, it is very smart to wait and loot up, because they are going to spend so much time, these teams far away from zone, driving into zone itself, getting caught by a team possibly on the way in. But by losing up now, as you say, it will buy them that extra equipment, the extra utilities that they need when they won't have the time to pick those up later on.
And I think that is the balance that we talk about when it comes to those timing of rotations. You want to be, if you want to take a power position, fine, like be early enough so that you don't get gate capped, right? If you're trying to be a little bit late, be late enough so that the potential gatekeeping team has rotated away. Then you trail behind them, right? And then maybe in the 4th or 5th phase, then you make that game-winning rotation, right? Like take a more center position, right? If you have a way in, and those are the things that we keep finding, keep getting better. And the Chibisera, the point that we talked about, the city, that is a pretty interesting, and it's nice. I think you can set up something still on that Chibisera church for this very southern circle to catch some rotating teams, but it's not a time to, it's a spot that you have to take now, because some of those teams would want to rotate as soon as possible. I wonder if iKURD will play that spot.
iKURD, they're getting these points on board, currently sat in 6th position with those 20-odd points. But you do have to imagine that this consistency is something that we still need to see here, because we always need to remember that we've only had 3 games so far. This is early days. This is like when you look at a nest of birds and all of the baby birds are still in the eggs. They're like rummaging around. You can see them there, but they're not quite hatched. And that is a general consensus we have right now with the PMPL Arabia. We don't quite see who is hatching out to be the dominant squad. There is still time for even the likes of those down on the south end of that leaderboard to be able to rotate their way back up to the top, but it will need to start now, realistically. As we say, there is only going to be 2 more games today. In getting that momentum off of these final 2 games is going to be so important going into tomorrow, because with still another 12 games, including this one to go, there is time, but you need to make sure you don't waste this opportunity while there's still opportunities at the early stage.
Yeah, I think it's just tricky. Like this circle, there's so many ways to make it work, but these teams need to know that they can pull it off. Like I think that is the tricky thing when it comes to training with a team. Like you may have one style, but if that style is too rigid, then you may struggle in this zone. And we're talking about a phase 1, and we are already seeing it to be a bit, harsh. And you can see iKURD like needing to pick up some players. Was that based on, or not? Or did he just, misclick and fall out of his car? I feel like it might not be that, because it's a very aggressive zombie team. This team, 70% of their points, if not 80, comes from kill points at this stage of the Super Weekend.
Well, the player to watch, YaLLa, is a move in onto iKURD. This could be iKURD being sent back down to where he started in the first 2 days of League Stage Zombies. They are hunting, they are searching, just as you saw in the 3rd game, wiping out possibly another squad early on. They know that there is an iKURD player, Srod, all the way on the offside, looking for the long range. But the problem for iKURD here in particular, Tarzan, we are so split. This diamond formation where your front man is more knocked. You've got two members down on the sides that can't come together in a back supporting player that doesn't even look like they're ready to support his order. Meanwhile, Zombies know where they are and they can't fight back.
And I think this is the issue, right? Sometimes you have to think about whether it's worth to support your teammate, and the one who's got knocked also need to have enough info to give, to assess the situation. Otherwise, you're not just like held hostage in this type of stalemate. You can see at the top of the screen, we also have RICO Infinity team trying to pull up right now, responding to those audio cues and gunshots, and want to join this party.
RICO Infinity team gonna cut off the escape right now of iKURD. They are sandwiched in between these teams, and because this zone is so difficult, we'll have to see exactly where phase number 2 will go, and these teams praying that it will move towards the mainland, but as it moves ever further towards the south side, this zone, Tarzan, is unrelenting for all of these players. Only main compound currently inside the zone of phase number 2 is actually Puerto Parisio. Only the edge of Los Leones in the hand of these players. This is what makes it so difficult, because this is where you think as the mountainous map of all about positioning on the high ground hills. This zone exactly tests that, because as we say, there is nowhere to hide in terms of buildings.
And I think one way to make sure that you can get some points, like if desperate times, desperate measure, right? So one of those desperate measures will be to drive your car into that water, because once again, come on, like the southeastern circle and 40% water,
Never
that is
happens.
just crazy. Like it's rarely happens, like on Miramar as well. And then you just need to see how people use Puerto Parisio. One thing that will make it even feistier is because it's an untouched city. So if teams want to go in and play some resource game, they need to find a way to do it, but then they have to be prepared, right? If the so happens to somehow play this game where they shift back to the mainland, then you've got some hillside that you have to climb back up. So I think this is the test, right, for these teams, and they need to see which part they want to play. Do we even touch that city for that potential bet?
I think as well what makes this so tricky with Los Leones in the zone is the potential for Los Leones to be cut out later on from the game, and teams understanding how tricky it is for rotating outside of the city because of the fact that on the eastern side, on the south side, Tarzan, it is hills galore, and it is teams going to shoot you down and knock you out when you're trying to ascend up to those hills.
Yeah, I think it's just tricky based on one thing, like maybe map knowledge. Yeah, like maybe I'm not good enough. That's why I feel like, oh, if this is me, it's going to be hard. But you know what? Like sometimes even in the PMPL scrims that we've been casting or whatnot, or the PMPL level players, sometimes they do look a little bit lost in this part because this is a very big map, and it's really down to like these teams to know that part of it. If they don't, they just really need to just assess it on the point, and Zombies need to hold this down because this is a big split, and this is the most aggressive player when it comes to stats and everything in history. He's been the MVP, but now he is alone. How is he going to play this?
Salah, Surprise, these are the two solos that need to hold on for a team because Zombies are pinched in between RT9 as Surprise walks in, not willing to take the fight, just buying time for the other members to go in, but it will be Surprise Spinoff. Salah with a quick draw will be able to win this one through, but here comes Rezdov RT9. Volt will go down as well. Salah finds the two-piece, looking for the three, looking for the first down. This is do or die right now for Zombies. They've lost two members already. Hamco is the only one up on the outskirts. Cannot support Salir, currently positioning in that hillside. This is zone Rumiwa has continued to go down to that south island, relenting between these teams, as we do say. Salevo going up for even more. Still two more, praying that he can find the best position through the window. He finds the extra one. Now just one more to go, but can the squad wipe come through? Salah goes almost down to the ground. 1 HP saves him. RT9 the desperate times, desperate measures on the outskirts of zone. The position's so strong. There's a revive coming through. Still has to heal. Now comes the support through from Hamco. Looking for the first down, but looking for the rush. And it will be real Tiger 9 getting eliminated. Beautiful stuff coming through from Salia with a triple knock.
He is just so unreal, man. Like the CQC patience, the timing, the confidence, and the side that he decided to play as well. You could see he was trying to use his teammate support. So a balance of using off angle and buying time for teammates, that is so brilliant. And to have that on the screen for a solid minute and a half, what a pleasure to watch.
Alpha Legends as well on the rotation down. This is the name of the game. Art for rotations on Miramar. It's Arab GSG. Unfortunately, they seem to be doing some rolls. They're doing some tumbles. They will get punished for that, Tarzan. You cannot do gymnastics in the PMPL Arabia. GSG, you have to be on point with that vehicle. And a mistake like that costs you a member.
It's so tricky. I mean, like, I feel him. Like, I'm not the best driver either. Like, with these ridges, Miramar, my least favorite thing is when you try to fly, like, off a ridge, your thing is still ground, and somehow there's a dip, right? That stuck your front and back tire, and it's just dead stuck. Like, it's so painful. But you can see YaLLa trying to make a rotation now because it's another sudden shift that completely pulls away from Puerto Carrizo, and we will see these teams needing to find their grounds, find a place to call home around these mountains that they may not know a lot about.
YaLLa moving away in, moving away slowly down to the coastal line, where you can see as well GUNZ have taken up home on the south side. GUNZ also going to smack one of the members of iKURD. iKURD so struggling in this game right now, but still somehow staying alive. But surely along the midst of the south side, RICO Infinity's team, we've got the 3-1 splits, SUDOR on the other side, but RTG up together. In how do RICO Infinity's team take Toel and move them through to the rest of their players, or in this instance, actually have RICO Infinity's team move over to Catel, because actually that zone moves back over towards the hills of that eastern side.
Oh, it's such a tricky part of the map, but NASR is in a decent position like that. I've got some favorite positions in that part where you can have a very beautiful split while staying stealthy. You just need to know when to focus their energy, because, I mean, like, I think if they ever just get this game, right, like, it's just going to be mental, because they were so many, like, 43 points ahead of the rest, like, for that league stage, right, for week one. And then if you give them a chicken dinner with that money as well, they may just pop off, like, from that point onwards. But it's too soon to tell, because we still do have 15 teams in this lobby, 49 players alive.
This was so crucial knock from Catel for RICO Infinity's team onto Marshall for RTG, because it stops RTG from easily moving in and then gatekeeping R8T. So the fact that that knock goes through, so important as well there for GUNZ. That knock onto the solo player of SUDOR on the entrance zone, catching out the players as they were split, taking advantage of the mistakes in rotations through. They will find 1 kill in. That's going to bring him up to 3 in total. And the SUDOR just down to the solo, 2 players, should I say, sorry. But SUDOR also on the bottom of this leaderboard, still needing these points, and not the showing once again they would have liked.
Oh, this is so tricky. Like, I feel these players, man, like, it's just hard part of the circle. You need to know it well. Sometimes there's over reliance on hard covers from compounds. That is understandable, but I think we're reaching to that stage of the game and that age of the game that you can, like, really know, on this one grid of position 1 km times 1 km, you can point out, I don't know, 10 spots if you know the map that well. But we'll see some of these edge action first. RTG try to play this ridge and will need to face up against YaLLa.
YaLLa holding on to the outskirts. They found one of RTG. The grenades get chucked in for even more. But on the off angle, Falcons are moving in. So keep this in mind that we can be swept over from the side. RTG with the Golden Murado. Sesuke will get knocked behind the Jeep. That was a beautiful pick. That was a beautiful entrance in for RICO Infinity team. Much needed. NASR now with the rest can move in. But on the entrance in, they lose press. Now also will be RTG Esports eliminated, caught in between the lines of two enemies in the fire, just too much to handle. RICO Infinity team though moving up, moving ever closer, still need to fight against YaLLa.
I think this is a good time for the side of RICO Infinity to use some aggressive smokes, right? And then try to claim a spot in the middle with two
SUDOR
to watch from the side. But yes, SUDOR needs to hold this down because they are just on that southern side right now.
SUDOR have found one pig, but can they find the second? They're wiping out the ground floor. They've got to go up to the top floor as well to be able to make this work. So also, all the meanwhile, RICO Infinity's team caught on the outside of that blue zone. They do find it though. The second pig, SUDOR take down Zombies, and this is a massive shutdown. 5 points Zombies had so far, but an eliminated down where you're not going to get any placement points, that's a massive loss of opportunity from them as well. Sky's also going to fall to the side of GUNZ, and GUNZ as well. All cylinders fired right now as they move down onto the final member, Phobia, with a grenade.
So hard to play this circle. Like, it's knowing how to split. If you move on a team as a team with no one watching behind, that would be scary. Speaking of watching behind, that is the last player that you cannot forget about, as well as all the off angles from all the other sides.
And unfortunately, teams going for these aggressive rotations and getting caught by teams behind them. That is the story on Miramar. Jammer's up against it. That grenade gonna go through, but on cooking the grenade. Big mistake through from RICO Infinity team. You don't want to be caught holding that in your hands as RICO Infinity team suffer a second knock. This is YaLLa taking advantage after advantage. And YaLLa free now to move their way into zone. Only Ragnar will stop them as a final one will be firsted out. 3 kills already up and handed to them.
It's so hard. You can see these teams just running into positions that they may not know what it means, and that is, look at YaLLa just trying to play patient at the moment, but at least they found a spot, and that is how the side of GUNZ trying to use it, use that rotation as further bait, and they have 2 knocks upon the loyal team.
Knocks onto the loyal, but can they find the entire squad? YaLLa gonna find the entire final member of RICO Infinity's team, gonna get caught out in 10th position. Still, YaLLa need to cross over the road though, up against GUNZ. They found one knock. Also, Flare Loyal will be knocked, unable to defend their position against those on the south side. Up now to the final top half of players, top half of teams here in the showdown of Miramar, the final game of tonight, and this is proving to be an absolute winner of a match. Still in the center though, NASR holding on to what could be a powerful position.
It's just really tricky still, and I know I've been using this term so many times now, but it's just because like it's that type of position that you just need to use a spot, and you can know that is definitely an overpeak coming from the side of GUNZ, but that is YaLLa underneath pressure from the other side as well, forcing the players to take this fight, and that is them not making it through, and that is GUNZ getting the 9th kill of the game.
Yes, you take advantage of these mistakes from GUNZ, but they're not quite done yet. Still Rad, the other squad, who need to cross over this road, will now make the attempt to do so. They're packing their things, they're ready to go for the moment. But can they make what YaLLa could not? That successful rotation across it into zone. HOTLINE as well could be a massive opportunity for them to gain points. Still 3 players alive. Still need to get into zone, however. This is the type of game that they need to equalize themselves on the leaderboard.
Oh, so tricky for NASA, but if they are the team that they seem to be from those league play, they can still hold this down. All four of them claiming and holding a compound. The delegation needs to be on point when it comes to the size as they start to find their second kill. There's still 6 more teams other than themselves to take down. We've got 5 more. They are still in the center.
SUDOR wiped now out of the match. Even more to follow surely soon is Rad. They have crossed over the road. They have entered into the zone. GUNZ have not been able to stop them. And now 3 members of Rad. They close in around Lord. They close in around Freak. Hamodi as well on the outskirts. This could be disastrous for them. The smoke, the only thing protecting them. Rad move in, we find one. HOTLINE on the backside. Rad going aggressive, but it will be Hamodi trading 1-for-1. Still, Rad are alive. Rad need one more of those to find. Rad picking up the points, picking up the pieces where they need, and still moving ever so closer in. The zone even closing even more around NASR. HOTLINE still alive, but HOTLINE in tatters as one solo player remains.
Oh, and it's still very, very volatile. You can see teams don't want to over-rotate, and they're just trying to play off a position. And it's so important sometimes to restrict how much you want to do until you get the next circle to know what it means. And this is Rad just playing off their spot. They use a compound from across the road for as long as possible to grab as many kills as possible before they come into challenge and take out the side of GUNZ. And now they will have to do that yet again. This time, the challengers will be themselves against NASR, who is holding that southeastern edge, and there's still another 15 players in the lobby.
Rad still alive, still searching through. They wiped team after team. Tarzan, this is Rad on the momentum of the Sandhog big fat win. But can Rad be able to continue their way through? It is now NASR that control the space over them. They dive in, the buggy being set up. They edge their way ever closer, but even Arab GSG firing across the ridgeline. That is the only thing that protects Rad. You can see 6 kills already, 40 damage. One of the core players, one of the core teams in this 4th game.
Oh, and just look at the 11 meters from that zone. And that is the furthest 11 meters I've seen. You have to crash a compound. You've got someone shooting you from across. You've got someone in the dip underneath you. But Brad will need to make a move.
NASR moving in for the 1v1. They found Desha now. This could be all hell broken loose as NASR now burning to a crisp. Rad going in. They find the shutdown on the front door. Go for the revive, but Hassan desperately trying to hold on for as long as he can. Rad down to the solo player, trying to make that revive. But get punished for it. And Rad will be knocked down for position. They will be flowing out to Alpha Legends as well. Going to also be blown up with the fire. Going to now have to move. Their position no longer safe. Alpha Legends in between both GSG, NASR currently taking a breather, currently reviving their members. Still, all 3 teams though inside the zone. Phase 8 about to move, and which of these teams will it go towards?
Just waiting and waiting, and you can see why these teams don't want a third party to earlier fight as well. They've got a position that could be game winning. They don't want to get third party by any of the other teams as we have the new circle. I can't even tell anymore which side is going towards, but we've got this big valley in the middle, and seems like the side of NASR have to make their way through. The plan needs to be so clear. They have to chuck some aggressive smokes. They have to smoke up that valley, and they need to leave spoiler to stop Alpha from dealing damage.
Alpha on the outskirts, but the ridgeline protecting NASR go in. They get caught on the ridgeline, not the way the vehicle wants to go, but they don't get punished for it. Alpha hold firm for now. They're not going for the heavy noise. They don't want to be spotted at the moment. The smoke's going to be subtly put down. Alpha Legends looking for their way in. The grenade going through from NASR. Don't find anyone for now. Miracle on the outskirts, stealthily hunting them down. Stealthily looking for those picks. But Hassan as well find it. They're looking over for the vehicle. But the vehicle this time has been popped. The tires will be blowing up though. The car blowing up as well. Jody gets knocked. Now down to the duo. One overlooking around GSG. One going for the revive. But NASR, they know this is the time to push. They found a second one. Zoro takes down Reman and Alpha Legend down to Kato as well. NASR blowing up GSG. Zoro down to nothing. And this is NASR controlling over this final zone. They waited. This is their opportunity. Zoro goes down. Alpha Legends to fall second. And NASR take the chicken dinner.
And that was just clean. Like, they know exactly what to do. They don't run into some area of control. They try to distract, then get the opportunity to strike from a different angle. Like, they made something that's very predictable, but it's hard for the enemy team to dissect and break it down. And I think Arab GSG was just playing a little bit too safe there. They were in positions to maybe play some spoiler, set up an angle to stop the South NASR from winning that one. But understandably, having only 3 players, they are just, waiting to be blessed by a zone or whatnot. But, that makes NASR just looks good, man. Like, this is starting to get scary. You give this team this prize money, like with the chicken dinner, with the much needed bounce back after a crazy week one in league play. Scary.
Scary indeed, as we will head to the break. Before we get on to the final match, Erangel, today's closers of This Is Hyping Up. Welcome back, everyone, to the final game, the final moments of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia, where we have just seen of the first day, the first Super Weekend. It was the side of not only NASR to take the chicken dinner, but take it dominantly, Tarzan. And as we can see straight into the standings, NASR, the highest win we have seen so far out of all of the games today.
And I think it's such an important bounce back because, that is the expectation there. And they just have been in a little bit of a slump, so it's not easy through that. But Alpha Legends also holding down this spot. And that's very important. It's a very tricky zone. So knowing how to maneuver through all those dips in that crazy mountainside is so hard as well. But Rad, once again, we talked about how they had no points at all in the first two games, and now they're coming into that 40-point mark and reaching top 5 on that leaderboard as well.
iKURD as well, RTG, SCYTES, all very disappointing games, and as well surprisingly to see what was the number one team going into that fourth game, FalconsEsport, just 2 points, 2 single digits going towards them. On the other hand, it was there, as you can see, NASR with the massive win, 12 kills, also Radbo and GUNZ, much needed consistent placements that they too were able to pick up.
Oh yes, and that title circle, man, it's just testing one thing, like one thing in particular, which is to do an assessment of the landscape, like what's based on what's in front of you, like it's so tricky to say that, I definitely know this is the dip. Like it's not as easy as that. Maybe they are just so good, but those team mechanics coming through, very, very good. And we will see some of those highlights to remind us, I should say, some of those brilliant moments, those 1v3s and 4s. There's of course some brilliant spray down onto these flying vehicles for this crazy circle.
Man, what a play to open us up. Salah with the 1v3 outplay. The final member helped with the teammates take down. Zombies just look so good sometimes, and even though they went down slightly earlier than they would have liked, getting caught out in the 2v2 in the outskirts of the zone, it was still a mammothly a good game for them, and showing off, I think, the best that Salia has to offer, and as well also why Salia was of course crowned the MVP player of both day 1 and day 2 of the first week of league play.
And it was nice, like seeing those maneuvers coming through as well, staying really calm and collected. But of course, fighting over a compound that didn't allow them to go further, that is the problem with playing so much of that coastline, because when you have to head back to the hillside, you just get, so tricky, because teams just exactly know like where you've been and how you're going to escape from those spots.
As well, as you can see, unfortunately for Flair Loyal Team, not so fortunate, were knocked to GUNZ Esports as they moved their way in, but weren't so lucky for the side of SUDOR. They went down, so did GUNZ to Rad, and Rad with that brilliant win were able to push themselves up, but unfortunately got stopped by NASR. NASR stopped everyone in their tracks, it can be said here, Tarzan. It was not a game where they just sat pretty, they waited for the zone to come in, they went through to the space chilly early on, then they were able to hold it down so beautifully against all of the squads before it culminated in a brilliant grenade knocking down 2 members of GSG. Zoro was the only one left to fall, and Alpha Legends just did Alpha Legends things and disappeared in the ridgeline.
That way that they absorbed the pressure and made it work is just crazy. Like I think a lot of teams would be tempted to do a bit of split around it, but they dedicated to that one compound, like used multiple levels and the surrounding landscape to land like so many damage, and they actually only had 1 kill, I think by phase 6 or 7, but they just tried to end it with 12. in that, right? Just trying to exert dominance from one position and then moved as a team. The plan was very clear, and they held down a much needed compound defense as well. So much props to this team. And you know what? This is the bounce back, maybe, and they are ready to dominate more.
I think in terms of dominance, something we haven't seen though is from so many of these teams. It's been the consistency, yes, coming through from Alpha Legends, through from NASR, from recently Rad as well with these final 2 games, and also their Arab GSG joining that fray. But on the other hand of the board, we do have to keep in mind that yes, HOTLINE were able to bring themselves to some placement points in that game, but still it is to get off the mark for the likes of SUDOR, for example. Now, SUDOR going into this current stage, current Super Weekend, yes, they struggled, but they weren't the bottom team. They were a team that actually looked fairly all right. They weren't too good, but they weren't too bad either. They were in the middle of the pack. But when it comes to the Super Weekend tonight, it just doesn't look like their night.
And I think it comes down to some very basic mistakes that they probably know as well, and that's the issue. Like when you know it's a low level mistake, like it makes you dislike yourself sometimes. I know it's a very strong term, but you know how if you put up a good fight and then you lost, like you would be like, yeah, I've done all I could. But in the things that are very preventable, and then that shouldn't be made on this level and even shown to so many people on the multiple streams, that is embarrassment that they have to go through, and they need to find a very important and effective way to come back from that.
Effective decision making will need to be what comes through for them. But I think on the other hand, going into this final game, it can be said that Erangel is going to be probably the most notable and most knowledgeable map for all of these players. So there is still time to grow. And I think the importance as well of getting a good result on this map in particular, more so than the rest if you've been doing a little bit poorly in the other 4 before, is that it sets you up for tomorrow, Tarzan, because a good win here, even a good position here, a few kills here and there as well, will actually allow those teams to be able to bring themselves back up into contention in tomorrow and on Saturday.
And to know how far they've come, at least at this moment, let's have a look at that standing. And we will actually have Alpha Legends being on top there. We kind of hype them up, coming through like from the wildcard PMCO, right? So they have some of the momentum slowly coming, holding down that spot, averaging 15 points right now. That's essentially the point average that NASR had, but they have to repeat so many times to be tied with that. And we have at the side of Arab GSU very close, basically tied with Zombie Esports when it comes to the points, but you can see a very different style of play. Arab GSU 5 kill points only, when Zombies got 21 of those 25 points coming from kills.
I think it is some work to do for both SUDOR and for their loyal team. Slightly disappointing results coming through from them. And I think what is most surprising actually is seeing YaLLa in 12th position, seeing Zombies in 10th position there, because these are teams that looked so good coming through into the first 2 days of play. And it is very surprising to see actually in today how different they have been, and actually how difficult it has been for them to be able to continue to grow and be able to find their footing in what have also been very difficult zones to contest and to be able to find a spot inside it. Has, on the other hand, been those teams who find that successful spot in the zone, Tarzan, who are the ones taking the chicken dinners.
Yeah, I think there's just so many factors sometimes. We're just guessing and guessing. These are educated guesses, though, when it comes to why a team's been performing that way. It could be about preparation. It could be mental state. It could even be sometimes like the roster changes that we don't see, right? That we may have a very, the substitutes of a team can play a major role. Like emergencies can happen, can come in and add a different, like, style if need be, but sometimes people are very reliant on their like main roster that really cut down on the chances when it comes to emergencies and situations that they didn't expect. Like for example, SUDOR Esports, I don't know what happened, but they were in the mid pack, ranked 9, like entering this super weekend. Now right at the bottom, right, they also didn't just like use 62 points like from those 8 games up to 8-point average. It's a very decent start, but they are nowhere near that right now. But for their loyal team, they kind of just made it in there, right? So we're kind of expecting them to be there, but we are waiting to be proved wrong because, for example, iKURD is showing some very decent games.
Yeah. The fact that iKURD were able to push themselves from what was 16th position all the way up, they have proven themselves, and it is up now to the rest to prove themselves also as we move our way through on to the final match of the first day of the first super weekend of PMPL Arabia. Erangel will be the one to settle through and be able to settle all of our worries, all of our questions, all of our quarrels, as that plane path goes through from Zaki up towards Stalber.
And the thing is a very, you know what, there's something that makes it particularly interesting is Falcons back to the map that they won. I think this could be an important one. Like if I'm the IGL or I'm the coach, I would say, boys, it's not been so good, okay, the past 2 games or something, but this is where we won our first, chicken dinner as well as that prize money. Can we do it again? Right? I wouldn't stop until I hear a very loud yes from everyone, bursting my microphone and my headset. But that's exactly what I do.
I think as well, in general, you do have to think going through with this type of playing path as well. There is a slight extra focus, I think, on those teams that love to go towards that eastern side, because in particular we have seen teams, especially in the first 2 league days, favor actually that eastern side of play if they don't get to have that Georgia pool access towards them. And yes, Georgia pool is open, but teams maybe are going to opt slightly differently, understanding that because that zone is still, or that playing path is still so westerly based, that actually you should make that rotation through for the eastern side. And as my point there does add on into a little bit more concrete evidence, that zone also moves its way slightly towards that eastern side, where the likes of Mansion, the likes of Shelter, Milter, that line will all be in play and will be untouched for these players to take.
And I think it's hard to decide where to go, like, to be honest. Like, they've established this spot already, and knowing the playing path, it's very likely that they need to go through multiple teams, like, to reach this quieter, like, southeastern quadrant of the map. Like, even if you want to go through a military base, it's scary because we know teams may contest with those cars. So, like, it's about, once again, controlling your surroundings, like, as much as you can, then keep that progressive rotation and always scout. And we may see some of the biggest wide rotation maybe from Primos, like through the Georgia Port Bridge to Severny, Stalber, then coming back. If we are talking about avoiding clashes, there are options out there.
I think as well, it is to be said here that these teams moving in through into the final game, do you make the likes of these rotations early on once again? Because the likes of RT9 going down to the bottom side, a bottom place team as well, over on Primorsk, there is a trickiness towards their position, Tarzan, because they have either 2 choices: to move on a rotation from Primorsk on a very far rotation north and up towards the eastern side, or south and up towards the eastern side. And if we don't make that rotation in, what happens next is actually a very tricky position of moving through multiple teams because you're so stuck in the corner of Erangel. And unfortunate for these rotations as well, SCYTES capitalizing, as you can see as well, onto Rad on their own movement through into some place else on the map. And SCYTES, this is interesting because they're looking to then pressure up now. They're looking to try stop Rad before they can make it through to the other side, understanding that if Rad do get to the other side, it'll be Rad, then gatekeep onto SCYTES.
I mean, this is the type of scrappy fights in that early game because how that playing path, just makes teams feel like they have maybe one option if they drop spots just to the southern side or whatnot, and so yeah, like it's you can see like this is how both they can be. They've got almost nothing. I don't know how many rounds they've got. Definitely extended mag on the Tommy gun might be enough, and they're trying to grab these early kills, and this is kind of just what you need. But what is the good way to get this though? Maybe one of them to jump down to find those fishies, and the other one to respond to it as they are trying to do that. We see this one of the funniest early fights with the lack of outfit as well coming from Abud.
Man, Rad do gotta be feeling dead embarrassed right now from Rad so dominant in the last 2 games to being picked apart like fish in the water by none other than the SCYTES, who need these points so desperately as they turn around, drift over to the final player, down into the water. They'll just drown themselves, knowing that there's no way else out of this one. SCYTES are not going to be allowed a kill, and although Rad lose members, it was the right way to lose members.
Definitely, like sometimes not about getting the points that you need to take away points, not give points away. That is just 101 now. Like that balance is hard to find, but when you're in the PMPL, that's something that everyone, even themselves, would expect of these players. And we can see Primos. We mentioned how it could be the starting point of some of these really crazy rotations. I mean, we can actually simplify it, but it requires them to really know every spot that they need to stop to scout forward if they are going for a very straight path towards the phase 1 circle.
Alpha Legends already holding up around Yasnai Poliana. Now, Alpha Legends, currently, they are sitting very comfortably at the top of that leaderboard, have been fairly comfortable all game, and you would expect no less out of a veteran team, but I am yet to see in a one-on-one fight, and this is what interests me, what Alpha Legends can really do on early fights, because we see they're very strong in positioning, they're very strong when it comes to being able to survive to the late game, but the aggression overall out of them, apart from I think in game number 2, has yet to really be seen. And in game number 2, it was actually still a Miramar where it was a few mistakes from Falcon. It was mistakes from teams popping ahead out too far that were just capitalized. And you would expect to be capitalized anyway from any team.
And I think it's also because we haven't caught them on screen, because they did have some of those stats coming through. But yes, you are correct. I feel like they don't always expand the area of control, but they just know how to play off one particular position decently well. But one team that we want, we need to see them prove themselves at SUDOR Esports, as they are holding those 4 houses. Is kind of a typical spot, but I personally don't like it. Like, if you've played this game enough and you head over to Potato Hill, that is the perfect distance from the southern dip of Potato Hill to look towards that series of houses held by SUDOR Esports. And you can actually see the cars, like the render distance is just like on that tricky gray area, and then it's not easy to stay stealthy there. But we are going back to talking about YaLLa as well, a team that is lacking some consistency when it comes to placement points, but are slowly showing some fracking power. I mean, what else? Like, we wouldn't expect anything less from this team.
I mean, coming through, of course, from the second place in the first week league stage as well. YaLLa, one is, as you say, the staple names of the Arabia scene, where players, for example, even now in the PMPL EU West, have moved over from YaLLa to the likes of Unicorns of Love. So this is a very, very experienced name in the scene, and very experienced players nevertheless. And YaLLa Esports, the roster that they are bringing now to the Arabian scene is still nevertheless very good, and it has very much the potential to go far. We've already seen that from them. But I do think that this is when we talk about those off days, when we talk about the mindset of these players, when we talk about also their ability to keep their cool, even if they are losing multiple games. And yes, YaLLa aren't completely out. They've still got 23 points, but the fact is that so many teams are picking up so many points. And the fact that also this leaderboard has been so consistent in between good teams and bad teams, overlooking each other, doing one better in different games, that actually means that 23 points just isn't good enough at the moment.
It's hard. It's very hard. But speaking of history as well, like you mentioned, the history of YaLLa Esports, do you know that Jody from Alpha Legends used to play for YaLLa Esports? So that is probably something that he's being a spy, like that he when he didn't intend to, but not really the case. But I mean, he's been playing so well. You can see Alpha Legends like being on top right now, and we can expect more from this team, like from PMCO as well. That is what we want, sometimes to say, hey, like we are actually equally good. Although we qualified from PMCO, we're equally good, like compared to these established invited teams.
Equally good in terms of SUDOR right now is an interesting position by them because they're holding up this hill on the outskirts of Pochinki, which often around these ridgelines is fairly difficult to control if you do get third party, but they're taking full advantage actually of the fact that, well, actually, RICO Infinity team, they're out of position as well here. YaLLa, the 1v3 master, the squad wiping player with his orangutan on board. YaLLa looking to find those kills. Chucks a grenade over, but can't find anyone just yet. And Falcon, they are swarming the side of zombies, but it's also break from behind. They could provide that important cover fire. They come together. Falcon still not quite together themselves at the moment. It's Falcons Esports still moving their way in. Have to move through. Is that grenade the bait? YaLLa has opened up one. On the other side, though, zombies, they go for the revive instead. They might just lose a second. Zombies trade it out, though. And zombies, they're looking for the final. YaLLa has to make the 1v3 happen again, but cannot do the work this time around. The flashy play is not there. Zombies, this time, get eliminated in last.
That was close. I think it's actually not as close as we thought, but you can see how Zombies trying to approach with some overwatch from the hillside, but then got taken down. And to send another player in to to support that player and also get lasered is just why they lost that fight. Like Falcon tried to rotate using that ridgeline to peek and shoot from the low ground and using that as the way that they won that. And we can see Zombies once again with the heartbreak this time around, not even a single kill, and they're out at 16. Falcons, I'm gonna cast a bless them, because I made my pep talk. Like I made my pep talk as like a coach of, I don't know, of nobody, but like I gave them an idea.
You can be a coach.
That is how you. Oh, like I mean, I feel like I'm not good enough though, but I am coaching some other teams, and I need to tell them how to do things, and I will, love, these are the moments that you can make things count. The words have a lot of weight and a lot of power if you allow it to. Okay, this is a very interesting circle, keeping that river in play with some of these teams with the potential to rotate around the bridges and wide and going to play the northern side. I think that's what Falcons try to do, like to spare themselves the trouble of going through headshot hills like ruins, through all that water town bit. Just textbook, go wide, go play the northern side. If it ever shifts to north, and just take this win, man.
Arab GSG as well. Surprisingly, despite the fact they have been consistent, have been consistently in the middle of the leaderboard through these 4 games. Is still in 9th, as you can see, only 25 points making their rotation in. So are their loyal team. But again, they've been caught out. Tarzan, heartbreak for them. NASR already eliminated out of the equation. Their loyal team just down to the trio, and albeit another team who are edging their way up towards the top. HOTLINE But they are up against the strong team of RTG. And in the backside of them, here come GUNZ. A three-way battle between one of the two top teams. Also their GUNZ alongside the top, and also HOTLINE looking to search their way to the northern end of this leaderboard. GUNZ not willing to take this fight for now. We'll just poke apart RTG, find the initial knock. It's HOTLINE on the edge, on the river.
I think it's so tricky. Like, I wouldn't opt in to play this spot. I feel like this is a neutral fight breaking out, and teams just need to make the best out of the situations. Because, yes, I know these are the dips that you can play, and this is a set of compound, but you don't have 360 protection. You lose your vehicles. You're in a spot that you can constantly get, challenge from the low ground to throw nades up and whatnot. And it's just so tricky. I don't like these spots, and you can see these teams who try to hold it first actually are not having a great time at all.
Unfortunately for HOTLINE, they just get wiped. RTG say we've had enough. We found one, we found two, they found three, they found possibly a fourth here driving away. HOTLINE are making a break for it. Go for the swimming tactic down in the river. They will stand for the meantime. You mind as well, the only team edging towards. Yeah.
I think that's just the way to, get something out of the bad situation. And the quick shift of mentality to, do stuff like that is just so important. And then, but, the map is too huge. And that's why I don't completely agree with sending in the vehicle so early, but as well as being in a position that requires you to compromise so much when there's still so many grounds to play.
Look at that zone though, still 50-50 split between Rozhog, between that northern side. Falcons, they played the zone right for a third time today. They have the opportunity, if this zone goes further north, to take a chicken dinner once again. They took, let's not forget, the chicken dinner off the first game with their positioning. A tricky zone also was in the first game that they were able to capitalize on. This will be if they can capitalize once more against the positioning of all of these other teams. Too, though, Rozhog going to be that very, very congested compound. As NASR Esports will move their way in. Still 0 kills, but coming off the back of such a big win, you've got to imagine that NASR are feeling confident.
And I think, though, this spot being so edge, I think, yes, it's a very edgy play. No pun intended, but it's like you're trying something out and thinking that this is an edge position that we can work out. When when it comes to the actual reality, it's so likely that they have to move away. So I think it's better to get in position to start setting up or getting info across. Otherwise, they will just be one of these teams stuck on the southern side and getting sprayed down from the north of river whilst fighting each other in Rozhog. So I feel like if teams have the chance to do it, they should just start exploring. They need to scout and play a little bit of a split bet tactic so they don't all end up choked in one position.
But can now Alpha Legends hold off Flare Loyal? Because look at Flare Loyal. Unfortunately, there for your ads. Caught by the blue zone on the wrong side of the game is NASR as well, going to look to be burned down to the ground. SCYTES will look for all of these picks. They've moved in as well. SUDOR on the flank side. Keep in mind, SCYTES here do have one player off on the off angle to try defend against SUDOR. As Phobia moves in, understanding that we need to reposition here, as it will be an instant knock onto Azure, but they build their way through inside of the building, and now NASR need to defend inside their own home. They delete though 2 away from SCYTES, and just as easy as that, Tarzan, SCYTES are eliminated.
It's just so painful to watch. Is that needed? I feel like if you see a team in there, there's a way to kind of go around it, but they feel like we just have to fight this, right? And they just lost to a team, and NASR, that was close. Too close for comfort. I feel like they set up, they might not be able to hold down the compound defense, but they were able to. But you can see the split in the teams. I think essentially 4 of them across the city already, across the waters, I should say, on the bigger side of the northern part of the map. but then the majority of them still stuck in Rozhok.
Is that scary point as well of actually SCYTES panicking over SUDOR entering and panicking over teams edging their way in as well. Unfortunately for Arab, GSG will be sent back to warm up the final game lobby, as it will be 14th position for them. GUNZ, they are one of these teams who have held on to Rozhok for so long, but Rozhok is no longer the safety point, Tarzan. That zone has gone away from everyone, and no longer will their homes be safe. You've got to move. You've got to transition your way towards the northern side, and unfortunately for the likes of SUDOR, who have been moving so late on these rotations for so long, stopping in Rozhok, getting caught now by so many teams, have to move through all of them.
I think this is a game that will be very good for the side of Falcon. Not just because they're on the quieter side, they are holding one of those typical positions that have almost 360 control of the northern and have access to spots that can look at Rozhok as well as the bridge. And they are working through their edges. They've got, they have that entry point, and they will be able to get into probably top 5 just playing off that spot to progressively rotate in with the info available to them.
As you can see as well, GUNZ edging their way through onto RT9. The final player looking to be knocked down, but the drop shot finds him. Real Tiger 9 with the flashy plays are able to take one down of SUDOR, keep their dreams alive. But just like that on the off angle, GUNZ will put a stopper in it. As GUNZ look to try take down SUDOR as well. They run separate directions, trying to make the most of the opportunity here. Both will survive for the meantime, but not for long. You do have to imagine GUNZ also under fire by Raj. Can see on that kill feed. It is just teams gatekeeping teams at this point, and you do imagine the fishies are going to become very much relevant in the coming zones.
And I think that, yes, I think there will be fishies, but it will also be down to the ability of these teams keeping the cars, intact in this crazy, few phases, right, in Rozhok. That is something that we always mention. There's something that is so key, and you can see, the side of GUNZ still trying to keep their vehicles alive and very aware that there's a team above them that they may have to clear, and they don't over-rotate.
Oh, look at that grenade, straight onto target from Falcons onto iKURD, delivered first class by the post of the Falcons. They drop it straight onto their face. SUDOR as well going to be dropped by Rad. That was another beautiful one. And these grenade plays, this is like Arabia in a nutshell, Tarzan. So good with the utilities when it comes down to such tricky zones. But once again, is going to be another tricky shift as it moves all the way through to the northern end of Rozhok. NASR going to smack one onto GUNZ as well. NASR are going to be pinned by Rad. They're using this ridge line so that Rad cannot fire onto them while still moving their way into zone. Beautiful positioning and heads up rotations from NASR, but they do have to come up at one point into the line of fire of Rad.
I think the weak side is against the hill, so they need to maybe use some pre-smokes, I would say, to work their way through. But there's actually one play that teams may use is under that bridge, and you can see RTG knowing that, yes, they know that spot, they claimed it, but it's so hard to rotate out of. Everyone from across is having their eyes on them, playing the dips for a little bit longer before they have to rotate even more.
GUNZ, they will not be successful for the meantime. They've already lost one player, but you do have to keep in mind RTG, they can be shot down by Falcons on the other side of the hill, so they're still not totally immune from firepower of opponents moving in. That was a beautiful grenade coming through from GUNZ. This might set them up, and it will be RTG moving away, but not before we find a second knock onto GUNZ. Equally traded for a second one back onto RTG. Now down to just one player, but can they find it? No, they cannot. GUNZ are the only one alive inside of water, and GUNZ will no longer be able to play for that edge of zone on the land. RTG Esports making those hasty revives, but all the meanwhile, phase 6 closing in as well. Alpha taking down one of YaLLa on their descent downwards into safety.
You just need to heal up a little bit, as you can see how important it is to know how to play these bridge positions. One player to basically grab all those placement points, but we have more rotations to move as NASR is still holding in there. You can see the last player of HOTLINE as well, and look at the dominance coming from those high ground from across. That is where Falcon is striking. That is Falcon flying. That's Falcon just fragging hard so much, and we're just down to 14 players.
Alpha Legends, don't forget them though, Tarzan. 8 kills already coming through from this squad in the final game. These are the two teams that have the best opportunity to come through. The gauntlet of making it through that bridge. NASR, they're trying their best, but they will eliminate HOTLINE, at least on their way through to doing so. They do have the eyes on target, I should say, Falcon with the beady eagle eyes are going to be looking down on top of NASR. NASR, one remaining player. So is YaLLa. YaLLa is a solo player here, but can these squads be able to get these final solo players, or will the solos put some pain into them? Need from Yamas gets put over, will not find anyone for the meantime. Yamas still has to hold firm for now. Falcons as well, edging their way into Alpha Legends, knowing that they need to make that summit up towards the top, need to make that position into the zone, need to make that play into safety. Falcons holding on for the meantime.
So Tricky Circle continues to go towards that northern side, and that is huge for both Alpha Legends and Falcon to increase their lead on that leaderboard. Maybe just Falcon to catch up, I should say, and they can just rely on the teams on the southern end to eliminate each other as well. But that is Falcon taking Thanatos into their own hands. Will land an opening knock with the frag grenade onto Jody.
That is exactly how you open up the fight. That is exactly, Tarzan, how you are allowed then the position in, and you do not go for the revive. You do not go for the ability for Falcons to get a double knock, as they will do it anyways. They will take down Rayman, and the mistake is so late in the game to try and revive your third man, punished hard by Falcons Esports. As all the meanwhile, the solos still alive, Tarzan. There's still 6 teams, only 5 now, as RICO Infinite's team will be flushed.
Oh, and that is Alpha Legends' mistake. They had eyes on to YaLLa's last player, but Chaos just waited and waited. He got out without being punished, and that allowed him to backstep the start of Alpha Legends. That is a big mistake coming from them, but otherwise we're just down to those 3 kills. Look at Falcon with 16 kills at the moment, and they are ending this game as a 3v1v1.
4 squad wipes, more than 4.5 here, as Yamas could be the final one to fall. Alpha Legends eliminated in third. Yamas has held on, but cannot hold on for much longer. They bite down onto the snake of YaLLa Esports, and they take the mammoth chicken dinner, Tarzan. 18 kills, a chicken dinner. This is Falcon Esports in the driving seat.
Man, like, that is a 33-point game. You know how many teams they can surpass just from that one game? And they even like had some wins earlier today as well. Like, they had a win, they had a second place already, and now another win. And like, usually on paper that's already very good, but that's almost 2,000 like US dollars from those wins as well, and in such a dominating fashion as well. What a great play from them. Where have they been? I feel like I've known their dominance too late, but there's still 2 more days to go, Herman Wolf.
2 more days to go, but we do have to go for a break before we get to the breakdown of that final game, Tarzan. So we will be back with you with the final overall results of the first day of the first Super Weekend. Welcome back to the closing moments of the first day of the first Super Weekend of PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia 2021 spring season. Of course, I am Hunt Wolf, joined by Professor Tarzan, and we're just going to go straight back into it, Tarzan. We're going to go straight over to the standings overall from that fifth match, where Falcons Esports took a mega win. 18 kills and the chicken dinner, and $965 to boot.
Oh, it's the second one as well, and this is just so strong for them. And the point average is absolutely insane. It's like 16 points plus, per game, almost hitting 17 points per game, and that's crazy. If you think about it, it's like a third place and 7 kills every game. That is madness,
man. And even think of the fact that Falcons Esports, they also got that second position. Just that one small mistake with not popping the tires allowed Alpha Legends to take their own chicken dinner win. But Alpha Legends as well, showing up strong, a third position finish for them, also getting at least those 2 squad wipes worth of kills in that final game. As you can see, though, on the other hand, it was so much damage, but so much consistent damage through from Falcons. 2,436 damage to top them off with 18 kills, and also no surprise to see NASR, RTG, and GUNZ alongside Alpha Legends up there as well.
You can see though, this is kind of the issue, like with the city play, like with the city fights, like you don't get a lot of kills because it's so hard to finish those fights unless you found the perfect utility, right? And you have a bit of a pushing into the compounds as well. It's not easy to finish. You can see teams 40 kills, 5 kills, but 1,600 damage, and that is the name of the game. Like when it comes to circles like that, but you can see there's different ways to do damage on them from within the city, but you don't really get to confirm it as much. Or the other side, you can see Falcon landing all those damage, as well as getting those juicy kills. 18 kills, man.
18 kills, and no surprise seeing a top players here. Bomper and Nivalone both there as 8 kills through for Nivalone, the highest out of the top players, fragging out of his mind in this final game. Also, no surprise there to see, as we say, NASR and RTG, Nabo and Senku to join them. Senku with the highest damage, 1,000 damage alone on this player in their own right, keeping the entire side of RTG alive to those final moments.
Well, but it was just so tricky, right? They moved as a team is what they were trying to do, like away from that northern spot from Rozar, and they know how to play this. They know there's a next tip, but they kind of just need to leave one to play spoiler there, just losing the high ground and just over relying on the dip is how they lost multiple players. They could have gone further, I feel like, but that is the issue. Like that is the issue for you to sometimes not split, when you need to, and then not, leaving your options open.
I think overall, though, it has been a very scary showing from not only Falcons, but also scary in its own right, as we say, from NASR, because although they haven't been the top team, although they've struggled, they have still shown in cases through, in particular, I think that 4th game on Miramar earlier, that they still have what it takes. They still have the showings of what we saw in the first 2 days. That 120 point, insane fragging, insane consistently team on the zones. And I think overall, Tarzan, it is also to be said that on the other side of the spectrum, that the likes of SCYTES still also SUDOR to really need us going in tomorrow, because tomorrow it is the second day of the Super Weekend and they cannot afford to lose those games as well.
Yeah, and I think it's not just about getting points. Of course, it's like a marathon. It's a long journey. You wrap up the points. Imagine Falcons staying at this level and then all the teams that have missed a super weekend that has to come in crazy, you know, like it's just so scary to think about. But across today though, like in the games that like they played, like Alpha Legends, yes, not as many points, like just 5 points behind, but overall doing more damage. Like similar, you know, kill points, just 2 points like lower, like 2 kills lower than the side of Falcon, but the knockout numbers high, right? The healing. So they fought their way in, need to replenish some resource or whatnot, but this is the way that they are showing, and I think they are actually, you know, that healing, like the difference in the healing, I think is a bit higher than we expected, because they're sometimes in those positions that they don't need to lose a player, or they don't need to stay in a position to be so aggressively peaking, for example. So that is something, of course, very happy, you know, for Alpha Legends in them showing their skills, but there are things to really tighten up, you know, to set the safety net a bit better, and then confirming those knocks better than they would have maybe, you know, been leading the leaderboard at this moment.
I think as well, on the other hand, the teams that we haven't mentioned, the likes of that middle players, the likes of Arab GSG, for example, too, here, Tarzan, who have had these fairly decent showings. We said already that they've been kind of in the middle of all games, which, yes, is consistent, but what do you think that they have to do, looking at Arab, to really put themselves at that next level of consistency?
And I think it's still about being more committed to controlling a position, right? Have that setup when you arrive a position, and definitely try to land some kills there. They're averaging 1 kill per game. Like, that is not really the way to play it. Maybe that is their, you know, idea of maybe getting a chicken dinner, you know, so that they can get some prize money, but to not clearing out a side or not using the control that you could claim it's just not the way to play this game. I think that is something that I'm looking forward to seeing them do, and I'd rather see someone like, you know, the team like Zombies, you know, trying to, you know, fight their way through, you know, have some highlight moments, and then trying to make, you know, the rotation and feel like, oh, I hit a wall here, but it's a bit of a more exciting game at least. But today's MVP, man, and I'll just need to
man,
I'll just leave that for you. This player, man,
so well deserved, from especially that last game alone. Niv alone, the player to watch in this super weekend. The average of 1,651 damage, the 14 kills coming through from them so far in today, the 4 knockdowns. What can be said? What can be said from this player? Not only are they this insane fragger, they've knocked out the likes of even their Salah on their way into that final game of Zombies, but as well the fact that they play so well as a team. Even when they go against Zombies, they knew that going into that fight, they eliminated the first 2 on the backside. Then they got rid of 1 on the front side when they tried to come up together as a duo for the side of Zombies. And then Salah, they don't give this player any opportunity. They go in carefully as a full team, understanding that this is the MVP player from both 2 days. This is a player that has knocked out teams before. They knew that Falcons had even lost against Zombies in the 4th game, so they made sure that they knew and they were able to improve on their mistakes, more importantly.
I think to start that game, killing like this Zombies team is just a very good confidence boost. And knowing that this is your, you know, like best map so far, the best map, that is, you know, they're just taking bit by bit and just going further. And you can see now Lone as well, like as a player claiming that MVP, well deserved. Like you can see the healing stat is not too high, but he's been landing, you know, those like damages and then finishing kills. So very consistent and knowing how to set that safety net and not get punished. And we can see this is them taking the 2 chicken dinners of the day and quite a bit richer in the bank account from Falcon Esports, but then also sharing 1 chicken dinner each. We have NASR Esports, Rad Esports, and the Alpha Legends.
And also keep in mind that Falcons Esports in their first game, you think that it wasn't even their last game that was so dominant, but even at 2,436 damage, so 18 kills. And on the other side, still 1,494 damage, 7 kills going through in that game alone. So big wins coming through from them, as well as Alpha Legends there, too, picking up alongside NASR and Brad, as we say, those extra points. All of them earning those $965. And I mean, going in through to tomorrow, you do imagine that the consistency coming out from these teams should remain the same, because we've seen it overall today, but it is now, as we say also to tomorrow, the storyline I want to really set is that these lower teams need to really come in. They need to reset. We need to get a good night's sleep. We need to come back through into tomorrow's matches and say, look, forget about what happened in this first day. We know that we had a bad showing, but we have the potential. We deserve to be here. We get to be here in the first Super Weekend, and we can do it. We can get those chicken dinners. We can get those points to really set us up strong, not only for this weekend, but for future Super Weekends as well.
And sometimes I think the focus onto the so-called missed opportunity of there's the chicken dinner prize money might be a little bit like changing things a bit too much. Like if you just think about being the winner of PMPL as the goal, that doesn't really require you to get as many chicken dinners as you need, right? So but today, let's go day by day, and we can see 5 players right here leading today. We can already mention Never Alone, but alongside him we also have a Saleh from the side of Zombies. Just kind of no surprise there. Why is he doing so much damage, man? But Hamodi also in there from GUNZ, so some representation from quite a few good teams in here. Chaos from Alpha Legends playing a lot of spoiler when you just gave him that opportunity, he will take it away.
Man, I think these two members to watch, both Saleh and Never Alone. I mean, the scary point of Never Alone, maybe taking those 2.8 kills on average per game. That is scary stuff, Tarzan, to be averaging a KDA in that number. But as well, Saleh, not to be trifled with. Saleh is so strong. And you see alongside Zombies, such an aggressive team, always in your face, always at every opportunity, whether it be good or not, blowing open and destroying teams at every opportunity given. And Saleh, this Miracle 1v3 play alongside a help to just decimate over RT9, Real Tigers 9. They don't even know what hit them. They thought they had the win, and then they realized, oh shoot, we're up against Saleh, we're up against Zombies, this ain't good.
That was so close as well. It's uncomfortably close. You know what? It's down to those small moments. If I'm Saleh, I would be not trying to be toxic, right? But literally, the Overwatch didn't make it work. Then another teammate went to revive when it's not completely safe, and this just tore down the fight. You need if you can take a 1v3, you need your teammates to 3v1. But it didn't come through, right? But still, the recognition go over to this player for sure from his insane fragging power.
As well as we will get to see the overall standings from today. So we head into the leaderboard. Falcons Esports, they're going to be the top ones through with 83 points, but very close behind them. Alpha Legends and NASR in their second and third positions respectively. And I think despite the fact that we do see these top two teams, Tarzan, up together, it is still fairly close between a lot of those teams, especially when you think that we're going to look between those 6th, 7th, 8th position teams at 38 points, then moving over to those in 9th and 16th positions. I'll be interested to see exactly how close those squads actually are.
Yeah, and I think it's just a start, right? You have a decent amount of points, be happy enough. Then you just need to be top 16. Of course, I'm not saying that just try to stay mediocre, but you don't have to, notice the end, right? Especially when it comes to SUDOR Esports, they still found ways to get some points. It's bouncing back a little bit. It's not the end. and but it's about how many points you can stay on top of the teams that didn't get to Super Weekend, right? And that is why people just value that so much. That's why people hype these teams up for making to the finals when they have missed some of these Super Weekends.
Right, the fact that every single point you get here is one more point than 4 teams already. And one more point than those 4 teams when we do think of the likes of even Fanatic Zombies, who even took a chicken dinner off the league stage, off the likes of Galaxy Racer, who were this hyped up Indian team, who as a result just with a bad showing, one bad showing in the second day of the league stage in between on Tuesday, that sent them packing, and unfortunately we'll all have to sit back, relax in the worst way possible, as all of these other 16 teams have their opportunity, have their chance to show up to get those points for the grand finals in 3 weeks' time. And I think setting in the tone now, what is the teams that you are really interested in looking for, if any team?
That is a very tricky question. I think Falcon. And I know it looks like I'm just seeing them playing well and whatnot, but this team's like finding. Sometimes I like the textbook plays when you are given a position, like you need to know how to use it. And it seems like they just find these textbook things done well, not overly complicating things, not going overly aggressive. Just controlled aggression is the feeling that I get from this team now, but there's so many more games to watch as well.
I mean, you say it yourself, Falcon are the team to watch, and we will see you guys tomorrow alongside DK and Span Cargo, who will be with you to give you all the action of the second day of the first Super Weekend. We will see you guys later on Saturday, and we'll see you guys at the end of the Super Weekend. Have a good night, everyone.